What's up? Whoops. Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Boomer-splaining the internet. This is the only show where you can find a host who is chronically worse at hosting every single episode. And with me today, however, to rescue that ineptness is my friend Stephen Burch. Of course, you have seen him before on the show, and a new friend. Well, not a new friend, but a new friend to the show is Josh. Josh is a lawyer as well, and I will let him explain what he does. So, hey.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody.
That's the cue. I'm, again, bad at everything, so bad radio cues.
I'm Josh. I am in many places on the internet as Grand Admiral C because I'm a giant Star Wars nerd.
Oh, no.
Unsavably so. I am a drunk personal injury attorney from Michigan who is not actually a dog. So I'm like the better version of Kevin Landau that's not terrible. Also, because if I recall correctly, he went to Wayne State. I went to Wayne State. And he is, I promise we're not all as bad as him.
No, I don't. There's only right now one lawyer who I think might be as bad as him. And he's super famous, so. But okay, so what you do criminal defense?
For many years I did. I did the first 8 years or so of my practice. I did criminal defense and a lot of whatever would come my way.
Sure.
In the last year or so, I got picked up by a firm. And so in the last year, plus or minus, I've been doing mostly personal injury stuff. So if you're in the state of Michigan and never injured in any interesting way, come find me on the internet, as Granddad will see, and I will see if there's anything we can do for you. Or anything else in the state of Michigan, I can probably find someone for you who can deal with that kind of thing.
So if you're in Michigan and a random attorney happens to strike you while drunk driving, not that there are any attorneys in Michigan who are drunk driving, but if that were to happen, you would want to look up Josh and hide your dogs and hide your liquor because that would not be good. I apologize that I'm looking around. I've got these stupid little they're not stupid. I'm sorry. No, these little sample bottles of, this is gin. This is a gin from the USA, but as you can see, it's labeled C. It's not labeled with what the gin is because it's supposed to be a mystery. And I was looking to find out where the little card was. One of my kids must have taken the little card. They can't reach the gin, but the cards are on a lower shelf. So I'm drinking gin. I don't know what it is. It'll probably be good. But yeah, so today we're going to... Oh, and Steven, of course, why don't you, in case there's some people who are new to the stream, why don't you kind of give a brief introduction as well?
Yeah, my name's Stephen Burch. We practice intellectual property and regulatory law in Florida. If you're ever interested or need anything, you can look us up at SmithLawTLH, like Tallahassee.com.
Yes, and if you have intellectual property stuff, I know some of you guys who are out there might be in the creative community, either the creating comics, writing books, stuff like that. If you need advice on characters, on trademarks, on what you can safely do, Steven's a good guy to talk to. So if you should get in touch with him. If you don't have it, he just gave you his info, but if you ever need it and can't find it, just send me a message and I'll make sure you get in contact. Same with Josh. If you run into any issues in Michigan with personal injury, look me up if you can't easily look him up, and I will get you in contact with one of these guys who can definitely help you out, or at least get you going in the right direction. So we want to be clear with that. All right. So what we're doing tonight is probably, I don't know if it's wise or unwise, but we are going to go through the Discord terms of service change, because a lot of people have been asking about the Discord terms of service change. Then we're going to follow that up with a discussion about the YouTube Super Chat Thievery is what I'm calling it. That is where if YouTube decides that your Super Chat is guilty of wrongthink, they take your money. They don't display your Super Chat, so they don't sell you the product, and then they give your money to a charity rather than taking the money or rather than giving it to the creator. So that's what they allege. We're going to talk about that. And finally, after we exhaust those two topics, we will open up to sort of a legal advice clinic, but it's not going to be legal advice. Just so people are aware, here's the big disclaimer. Everything in this show, this one and every other one I do, should be taken as if it were a legal advice clinic. And if you guys don't know about these, they're usually hosted by a local bar association where lawyers come in and they give you kind of quick answers for free. But those answers are not legal advice. There's no attorney-client relationship that's established because, one, they're not looking deeply into the issue. They're supposed to just basically give you some direction and some general legal answers that help people if they're like self-representing or if they want to know if they should proceed. That's what the relationship is here. And so we will be able to answer basic legal questions. If you have specific questions about your case, that would probably want to move to like a direct message type thing. But feel free to throw super chats with questions out. When we open up the whole discussion, you can tag me with questions later and stuff like that. Until we get to that open area, it's going to be harder for me to keep up with chat. So I will address a couple super chats that are in there now, and then we will move on to the Discord terms of service. Also, I am drinking gin. I'm not sure Stephen, what did you say you were drinking?
Oh, I'm going cheap. I've got Jim Beam.
There you go. And Joshua,
Never bad, though.
Even though Joshua is in blackface right now, I don't know if you noticed.
I'm too much of a boomer to make the camera on my
We are not tech people here. What were you drinking, Josh?
I'm drinking Grey Goose because I'm hella fancy.
Ooh,
man.
Whoa. Little I mean, coming out swinging with the swank.
Yeah.
So make sure that you get us hammered by the time you're asking us legal questions. I think that always turns out well. But yeah, so we'll just, the whole point of this stream is to have fun, to answer questions, and to talk about these weird topics that keep coming up. Kevin Flesher asks, why isn't it legal to assault Sprint employees? Most frustrating experience. I don't know that it's particularly illegal to assault Sprint employees. I think they would have to prove they were humans or animals of some sort that are worthy of protection. And I'm not convinced that that's true. Do you guys have any opinion on that?
Does that apply to Verizon, or is that just a Sprint? I have questions now.
I think we got to expand that to all cell phone employees, even the ones you like. I'm sorry, but they just got to get lumped together. We're collectivists when it comes to cell phone employees, or at least I am. I guess I shouldn't speak for... No, I should speak for all of us because we're collectivist.
Yeah.
So Keck7Go asks, Josh, how would you describe Michigan to a non-USA person?
That's an excellent question. Okay, so take the surface of the moon and imagine that that's your driving surface. And then...
take the murder rate of El Salvador and imagine that that's Detroit.
Yeah, basically. Right, stick that in the heavily populated area and then surround that with infinite farms and trees, and there you go.
So you basically, if you guys know how golf balls are made, golf balls have they have their outer surface, but the overwhelming weight of a golf ball is concentrated into a much smaller area. It gives the ball spin, and they can actually move the placement of that weight to cause a ball to spin a certain way more. That's like Michigan. All of the crime and terrifying stuff is compressed into a very small area, and the rest of it is just rural America.
I assumed it was like the rest was more of a Ted Nugent video is what I assumed. But
Yeah. They're all just perpetually in helicopters shooting things.
Go about 2 miles north of Detroit, and then it just turns into well, that's where the what do they call those things? That's where the militias live.
Yes.
And it basically at that point you're in Kentucky, but just in the north.
So we've got Falling Into Destiny says, can you sue someone for mental anguish if they accused you of getting them pregnant when they know their child belongs to another man, asking for brother? Whoa.
Outside of my area of expertise.
It would be a tough case to do that. You would have to prove that at least, well, actually, what am I doing? We have a personal injury attorney here. Josh, you want to field that one?
Wait. Okay. So the thing is with mental anguish, right? Intentional infliction of emotional distress, you have to show that it's outrageous and beyond the scope of conduct that would be acceptable in an organized society. So it would be tough to show that, but if they went to court and like tried to stick you with child support, arguably, and if they know that you aren't the father and they try to pin it on you anyway, that's definitely perjury, if not really, 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 really close to perjury.
Yeah, and I think there's some weird theory or weird hypothetical that could go on a law school exam where you could actually get to intentional infliction from a false accusation, but it would be tough. I think it would have to be like where they were constantly threatening, to sue for child support and trying to extort money or favors out of the person, and like maybe threatening to tell a spouse or something that might kind of season that one a little bit, where they were adding some sort of damage that they could do to someone's reputation or personal relationships. But it'd be pretty tough, I think, to get there ultimately.
Yeah.
But if you have a story that you think may get there, you might want to DM it to me, because that might be interesting to look at. Anthony Tupin for $5 says, to help Nick step up from Rando Gin. Hey, thanks, Tony. Long time no see, buddy. We got to hang out again sometime. Are you still in the land of manliness? Kevin Flesher says, Michigan is only known for the Stooges in my mind. So there you go. All right, well, let's talk about this Discord terms of service change. There's a mouse in my room? Really? Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. The mouse pointer on my face. Here we go. Yeah, sorry. I got it. It's blame OBS. It's OBS's fault. All right. So anyway, let's talk about this Discord terms of service. I have only started to look at it, but if I understand, Mr. Burch has read it a little more thoroughly. So why don't do you want to talk about this thing? We're focusing, I believe, on the arbitration provision or dispute resolution.
Yeah, there were two things that I saw, people were not happy with, and the first was the arbitration clause, and they make it very apparent at the beginning. I don't know how many international viewers we have, but it only applies to U.S. residents. But if you don't opt out within 90 days of this new term of service, I think it was October 19th was when it went into effect. If you wish to sue them, or you have some sort of dispute or any sort of issue with Discord, you're going through arbitration. And that's tied together. And we do this quite a bit where I work. It's tied together with a class waiver, which is really a big deal. I think that would be the bigger deal, at least for Discord, which essentially means that if you sue them, it's you versus Discord. You can't get together with a bunch of other people who are similarly aggrieved and sue them as a class. You're going to sue them individually, and you're going to do so in arbitration. Those are the two big things.
Yeah, and so these some people have asked me if this is legal or whatnot. Yes, Yes, this is legal for
very.
them to do. These types of adhesion contracts, which I've talked about quite a bit because I absolutely hate adhesion contracts, but they are quote unquote disfavored, which I think is a lie from the court. They say they're disfavored, but I don't know. Have you ever seen them disfavored?
It's funny. I read stuff. They courts go through weird analysis, a weird analysis when they look at internet contracts, and they still, and it should scare a lot of people. The analysis they do, they still talk about things like browse wrap, click wrap, contracts, and I'm like, that makes no sense in 2018, but they do, and they try to determine, was there really an assent, is there, mutual assent to these terms, and that's why you'll get a lot of things like with Discord, you'll get a thing at the top that doesn't go away until you click it and say, oh yeah, I read these and agree to them, because they want to do as much to show a court that, yeah, our users know, assent, and have, hey,
I fixed it.
Whoa!
Yeah.
It's a
I
person.
thought you were wearing a suit and tie. I was like, man, I
No. Earlier today, but not anymore. No.
Well, good. I don't. Yeah, we shouldn't. You shouldn't make us look bad. Now, Burch, you're the nicest dressed of all of us. You got a button up on.
Yeah, but I've got gym shorts on underneath.
Well, but we don't. I'm not wearing any shorts at all.
Please tell me this was pants optional, because that was my understanding.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Every stream is. Just careful when you stand up. So Cormoran says, which of you specializes in tort law? Asking for Eigel. That would be Josh. Josh specializes in tort law, so he is definitely going to win any case involving tortious interference because he specializes in tort law. Bagel Goose says, make Clay Early great again. I think we might make Clay Early late again because he's late yet again for another stream. I've only been doing Friday streams for the better part of 10 months now. So Clay has no more excuses. He should have quit his job to get here. So, okay. So these arbitration agreements though, let me clarify for people. They do have to show assent. They have to show an accord with the user, but your use of the service depends on you agreeing to the terms. So that's why they've provided, with Discord, they've given you 90 days, which is actually a pretty long period of time for one of these changes. I would think 30 days is probably the standard. And then they've given you 90 days and the option to opt out of this. Whether or not you should opt out of it, I mean, there's no reason you shouldn't that I can think of. There's no benefit to you to have to be forced into arbitration by agreement, especially arbitration that probably occurs. It occurs in San Francisco, right? Is that the...
that I don't remember.
Let's see.
About the dispute.
I know their address is in San Francisco.
I think they gave you the option of you can do it via phone, via pleadings, or in person. But I don't remember where they said the in-person would be. I bet that's probably down at a jurisdictional...
Yeah, there's got to be a choice of law. Oh, wait.
It says you
arbitration.
further agree to submit to personal jurisdiction of any state or federal circuit court in San Francisco, California, to compel arbitration.
Gotcha.
But I'm not sure about the arbitration itself.
Yeah, it doesn't make you necessarily go to arbitration anywhere.
I found it for residents outside the United States. Arbitration shall be initiated in San Francisco, California. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Discord,
I will tell.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just going to say, reading through this arbitration agreement, it's not overbearing. It's they look to split fees there or pay fees. They only make you pay a fee equal to the amount of filing a claim. It's not the most overbearing arbitration clause I've ever seen. It's not even close.
Sure. Yeah, and if they're paying fees, that's actually a pretty good provision, minus a small split, like you said. But let's see. But it still does preclude you from the courts. We saw this with James Damore in his Google class action lawsuit. His employment contracts arbitration agreement, they're not conceding that it overrides their class claims, but they have stayed all of the class claims pending the outcome of arbitration. So while they haven't conceded it, they're pretty much saying, yeah, we got to at least run this route through it. So it does add time for a court claim. But arbitration isn't the worst thing in general.
No.
I mean, you can get very competent arbitrators and get a good result, and you can get it faster than you can get in a federal court system.
And cheaper.
Yeah, much cheaper, especially if Discord's paying. So here's the question. If you opt out of the binding arbitration, you could probably still submit to arbitration voluntarily.
You can always submit to arbitration, yeah.
Right. So yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, several people have asked me if they should opt out. I mean, it's a pretty specific legal advice question, but I mean, you just got to look at it and see if there's any benefit to you not opting out or any downside to opting out. I don't see much of a downside to opting out. There's, you can opt out of it, and then you can opt back into arbitration as a preferred method of alternative dispute resolution. And when you're going to trial, especially in a court case against a big company like this, there's going to be, as part of the case management, there will be a question about what is the appropriate alternative dispute resolution method. Discord is clearly going to say arbitration. They probably have an arrangement with an arbitrator. I'm guessing that would make it sort of the go-to preference. So you should have the option always to arbitrate. But I don't know. You guys can have different opinions for sure.
I would opt out. I think there's, it goes both ways. So if for some reason Discord tried to sue you, they would be forced into arbitration. But I don't see a lot of realistic opportunities for Discord to be suing its users. So
Right.
You basically keep your options open by opting out. I mean, it's, you would want specific advice for your specific situation, but in general, keeping your options open. If you don't do it within the 90 days, you don't get a chance. You're stuck with it. So
Yeah. And
Right.
Oh, go ahead.
Just as a general, strategic matter, if the more you can keep open to yourself, the better, because again, you can always opt in later, and it's better to have the option of taking it to court and not need it than be in a situation where you would prefer something like a jury trial and then not have the option.
Right. And
Right.
I would say that if you don't opt out, I mean, you're agreeing to submit to choice of law being San Francisco, and you're agreeing to, or it looks like that. I don't know if that is actually true, but you're submitting to the jurisdiction of San Francisco, California, and then you're admitting to arbitration. And so it really does limit the possibility that Discord caused you an injury in a particular jurisdiction, and you're limiting your ability to sue in that jurisdiction, which might have more protection for you. The nature of mass media communication is that it happens in every jurisdiction, and the proper venue and the proper jurisdiction is where the injury is most concentrated. That tends to be your home state. So it may be beneficial for you if you opt out, because, for example, for me, I could potentially sue Discord in district court in Minnesota if I could find some sort of grounds to sue them where I was caused damage in several areas, but particularly here where I live. So that would be one consideration as well.
And I think the other is probably the next section we're going to talk about, which is the class waiver.
Yes.
The class waiver, if you read through that, it talks about it, and it, the first line says you agree to do it in an individual capacity, but the rest of the class waiver discusses arbitration. The arbitrator cannot combine one or more. I'll take that back. It does talk about courts here. I'll take that part back. But it's yeah, that would be my other concern is, the more you have a chance of fighting the class waiver, odds of Discord doing something that causes you enough harm to, get an attorney, file a lawsuit seems slim. But odds of Discord doing something minor and petty to all of its users that may support a class seem higher. And the better chance you have of getting around the class waiver, the better chance you have of getting some recourse and making Discord change its mind, change its ways.
Yeah, and I would think who should particularly pay attention to this is people who pay Discord, because there is a Discord like premium service that is out there, and if you pay Discord, Discord has information about you, and if that information were to be leaked through a breach, a security breach of some sort, and Discord, that's where a lot of these class action lawsuits against these types of companies, in my mind, that's where they come up. Is Discord has a breach where someone accesses the credit card information of all users as payments are being processed, and suddenly they've got your credit card information, and now you are part of a class. Well, if you waive that class, you no longer, you're really going to be pushing your ability to go after Discord for any compensation that you may get. And there's some benefits to being involved in classes when a breach of information occurs, because part of sort of the statutory scheme for dealing with those breaches is that the company would have to pay for like identity theft protection insurance for you for a year and stuff like that. And so you want to make sure and keep that open. So particularly if you are paying Discord, you should strongly consider opting out, as you're more likely than other people to come across some situation where you need to sue them, in my opinion, because Discord's going to be heavily protected for the content that's being passed around on Discord. I've talked about Section 230 of the CDA. Discord is certainly a service provider under that definition, and so they'll have broad immunity for things like publishing libelous or slanderous statements against you through Discord. Discord's not going to be liable for that at all. But they may be liable for something like a security breach that releases your personal information. So yeah, I don't know. Is there anything else to say on this? I mean, it's pretty clear. You should strongly consider doing it.
Right.
It's an email. It's an email that you send.
Yeah.
You also have to send me a check when you send that email. That's in there somewhere. The small print, but
I'm noticing, because I'm doing my homework in the middle of class.
That's how I did it all through law school.
Yeah.
Right.
I did the math in each of my classes, figured out how many times I'd be in the hot seat, and I'm like, I can survive this. There's the chances of me being called on today are low. Let's not read.
You got to get through the first case, because then you can read the other ones while the other person's doing it.
Yes.
Yes. I'm seeing in the terms now, right before the opt-out right paragraph, there's a paragraph that apparently you maintain even if you don't opt out under the new rules. You maintain the ability to sue in small claims court, whatever your local jurisdiction sets for that. I know Michigan, you're limited to 5,500 in small claims, and it has to be monetary only, and it usually has to be, actually here it specifically calls out you can't be requesting any type of equitable relief. But I guess if you don't opt out, you still have the ability to bring small claim monetary damages, but I know at least in Michigan, small claims, you can't be attorney represented. I would imagine it's similar in other jurisdictions, but I won't swear to that. So, there's that, but it's not a lot.
I could talk about Minnesota small claims. You can be attorney represented in Minnesota. Whoa.
No.
Yeah.
Don't breathe vodka. It doesn't work that way.
All the kids
Yeah.
are doing it these days, though.
Yeah.
In Minnesota, you excuse me, you can be represented by an attorney in a class action lawsuit, or not a small claims, in a small claims action. The problem with a small claims action in Minnesota, and maybe you guys can comment on this in your jurisdictions, but let's say you win against Discord. Discord can file immediately, or I guess within 30 days, a motion to vacate the judgment just based on a good faith disagreement with the outcome, and they'll win it. So it's this cool thing in Minnesota where you can win at small claims court, and then immediately they can file a motion to vacate the judgment and have it heard in district court, as long as they, in good faith, disagree with the conclusions of law. So
Wow.
I don't know if that's just us, but I hate it. I hate it a lot.
I don't do a lot of small claims, but that's not my understanding of the rules. Not in Florida, at least.
I
Man.
think Michigan, you can, just as like an appellate matter, you can, because usually we assign small claims to magistrates, and then so you can appeal up to a regular district court judge. But I haven't read any case law on this specifically, but I know that like if you go through the small claims process and you get a judgment, you cannot use an attorney for collection purposes. So I would imagine that if you want to appeal a small claim, that just based on the decisions I've seen relative to collection actions, that the courts probably in that appeal, you can go up to a regular district court judge, but you may not be able to bring an attorney with you. In which case, you're
Seems like a terrible plan.
well, as especially if you're against a business, right? Because if you're against Discord will be using someone who knows what the hell they're doing in front of the magistrate, and so they will also have a representative of the company who knows what the heck they're doing in front of the district court judge. So you can appeal up to the district court, but it may not help you in the sense of, you know, trying to get you out of I've agreed to represent myself because I know more than an attorney, which is not the only reason, right? Small claims, especially in Michigan, because the threshold is so relatively low, many times it's not economically efficient to bring an attorney in for such cases, and I get it. But then when you get in front of a regular district judge, they're going to expect you to behave like an attorney, and not everybody has the skills and training, and not all judges make exceptions for them because the law says they shouldn't.
Right. Yeah, and so if you have small claims actions in Michigan, you should contact Russell Greer, because he is the number one. He is the number one attorney, or not attorney, the number one not attorney. And after him, if you're fortunate enough to be in Michigan and have a district court action, you should probably contact Jamal Eigel, because he is a lawyer. Oh my goodness. Let me read through a couple of these chats. Tillip says, the thumbnail is a lie. None of you are in suits. Well, I never promised to be in suits. That you'd have to take that up with my thumbnail guy.
I was in one earlier, but I changed out of it because I went to a hockey game and I would have been overdressed.
Wait a minute. Lawyers attend everything in suits, I've heard.
Well, you know what? Actually, yeah, now that you mention that and I'm thinking about it, I actually threw a jersey over the top of my suit.
No, you didn't.
And then because I'm a Michigan attorney, there was a lot of booze involved, and, you know, now I've got to dry clean my suit. And I didn't want to offend the audience here, so I changed out of that because a beer-drenched suit would have been unacceptable.
You might cause Nick some sponsors if you drink too much tonight.
Yeah,
exactly. I wouldn't want to do that.
We wouldn't want any alcohol companies thinking people enjoy their beverage. That's not good. That's not good. TR French says, Nick, did you know that Mark S. Zaid is president of EsquireComics.com, a company specializing in buying and selling high-grade comics? I did not. My knowledge of Mark Zaid is limited to his public endorsement of death threats when it suits him. Oh, and also just being a general cuck. I think I can say that. I'm not. Okay, so question for you two. This is off topic, and I apologize. I think we're about done with the Discord thing, though. And to insert a little chaos, your jurisdictions, my jurisdiction, every jurisdiction has ethical decorum rules about publicly addressing a case as the attorney representing one of the parties, right?
That I'm aware.
Yeah. So what level does it take? What level does it take to move past that? Because we see guys like Michael Avenatti, for example. I mean, he's clearly running all of his cases as publicly as possible with regards to the president. I'm not saying all of his cases, but all of his cases with regards to the president are clearly run as publicly as possible. He makes statements all the time. He goes on news shows. He looks like a dummy, and he rants on about whatever there may be. Mark Zaid, of course, is out with this Comicsgate stuff. And he is referring to all of these fans who are in the Comicsgate movement as racists, alt-righters, Nazis. Today, he literally compared them to the guy who was arrested for sending bombs out to all of the people. He said the bomb guy was like, lived alone or whatever, middle age, and Trump supporter, blah, blah, blah. Shares a lot of comic characteristics with Comicsgate people. He has retweeted the GoFundMe page for his client, which openly calls the opposition racist and alt-right and stuff like that. So where do the rules of decorum come in to that? Because I mean it's a tough thing to say. You can't talk about something. You can't exercise your right to free speech. Right. So do you guys have any idea on that?
I don't know where it comes in. My personal opinion is if the client's on board and you and the client think that that's the best way to zealously represent you, I think you have an ethical duty to do whatever is in your client's best interest. I mean, I think other ethical duties pale in comparison to what's in your client's best interest. And if you and your client have said, hey, let's go call everyone alt-right Nazis on the internet's in my best interest, then I think you should do that, whether you believe it or not. Quite honestly, I don't know, but I'm probably on the minority on that one.
No, I don't know. People keep asking me if he's acting unethically, and my response is I don't think he's violating any ethics rules. I don't know that means he's acting ethically or not, from a philosophical standpoint. But no, I there's no. At this point, I'm not like looking to file an ethics complaint against the guy. I just think he's a kind of a dildo.
Oh, he's definitely that. I'm not arguing he's not. I just.
Well, and there's also, I think, just from a tactical standpoint, because eventually, in theory, if this is one of the cases, and most cases aren't, but if this goes all the way and goes to some type of trial and you've got a jury and you're out there being as loud and proud as you possibly can, shouting about how anybody to the right of center is a Nazi and the worst person on the universe, TM, rip in peace Maddox. There's a very good chance that, there was concerns, right? I remember if you listen to the Dick Show, right, which you should, if you aren't and you're listening to the stream, you probably do. And if you're a Patreon, which you should be because it's great, the Dr. Nurse leaks, and about how Nick was trying to poison a jury in New York. Frankly,
my reach
buddy,
is great.
I think you should have the kind of reach where you could poison a New Jersey or a New York jury. But there's a chance if you're out there shouting and shouting and shouting from the rooftops, anybody right of center is the worst person in the universe, there's a chance that if this goes to trial, that your jury is going to have some people right of center. And if they hear that you think that they're the worst people in the universe, that's going to hurt your client from a tactical standpoint. And so maybe going as far as he's going is not, and I mean, who knows? Maybe he knows what he's doing, but from a tactical standpoint, I don't think it's a good choice.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair assessment. I think it is he violating an ethics rule? Probably not. Probably not at this point. Although I do, I always wonder how in control someone is with their actions. So it's kind of curious. I like watching it because it's like, okay, what's he going to say next? Will he ever cross that line? But it is, I mean, to be very clear, guys, it's a we'll call it a gaping chasm with a tiny bridge, because the court so favors speech, and to take speech away from an attorney is not something that they do lightly at all, not at all. So that's so keep that in mind. Sorry to derail that. It was kind of, I was wondering what y'all's opinion was. Keck7 Go asks, has anyone done tree law? Have you guys practiced any tree law? It's all the rage on our legal advice, and I looked into it. I've got to get into tree law. I don't know if you. So do you? So in Minnesota, and it's the same in like Oregon and Washington, and probably any tree heavy state. So I'm guessing it'd be the same in Michigan. But if you cut down someone's tree without their consent, you have to pay replacement value of the tree plus treble damages. So, and if like, let's say this tree is 80 years old, the replacement value of that tree is monumentally enormous. It's enormous. Cause like, let's say you have an 80-year-old oak, to replace that tree would cost thousands of dollars. And and then you triple it. So it's like someone cuts down your tree and you sue them for like $120,000.
That is insane. Treble damages for cutting down a tree.
Yeah, don't mess with those trees, buddy. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Now my yard is filled with really crappy trees, like ash trees, which are short for trash. So, but I actually, my neighbor's a state trooper, and I'm pretty sure he did cut down my tree. I was going to send him a funny letter, but I haven't done it yet. So, but do either of you have any experience with tree law?
Yeah,
No.
I've never handled a tree law case. Back when I was out on my own before I got in with the firm, I got a couple calls about tree law, but they were on the other side of the state, and it was far enough that I couldn't really deal with it. But I know that Michigan takes even just regular civil trespass, or trespass if you're a normal person. But
if you're from Michigan, it's trespass.
Yeah, I had weird law.
That's how I'm saying it now.
Well, when I was in law school, I heard bona fide pronounced at least 6 different ways, and I no longer know.
Get your bona fides.
Yeah, bona fide? I don't know, man. So my ability to pronounce things is broken, and my wife tells me that I don't pronounce things right anyway. So, but it was. I know that trespass we do. I think you get something like treble damages, it's trespass if you it's been a while since I looked it up, and because it's been a while since I've been asked about it, but it's something like if you disturb the earth and move part of it away.
Yeah.
And so destroying a tree would certainly fall into that, I believe.
Yeah, like if your tire on your car like rips up some grass, that gets pretty expensive pretty quickly.
Yeah. I had a friend who his neighbor was building a house, and so like my buddy owns his lot and the lot either behind him or next to him, and some guy buys the lot next to that, and he's get like the cat trucks are cutting across my guy's spare lot, leaving giant trenches as the wheels on cat trucks are wont to do from time to time. And he's like, hey, dude, maybe you could, not do this. I've got a small child that runs around back here. She's gonna fall, break her leg. And it's bad when you destroy land, and especially when you destroy land and then you don't fix it. And especially when you destroy land, don't fix it for some reason that I was a public defender in the township wherein I live and where this property was located. And so I had contacts in the city office, and a city inspector comes around and checks this out and says, hey, until you fix this damage that you've done, you can't get clearance to, we can't approve your house for use.
We'll give them TOs. Nice.
Yeah, right? So don't destroy your neighbor's land and you'll be okay.
It's funny. I think if lawyers just sat around explaining like all the ways that you could be ruined by basic activities, like, oh yeah, like, oh, you hit a golf ball onto your neighbor's lawn and it broke a window or whatever. And it's like, yeah, that's triple damages. So, and yeah. That was an argon-filled window that cost $12,000. So there you go. That's 36 grand. Like everybody would just be hanging themselves. But don't hang yourself from your neighbor's tree because you might break a branch off of that, and that'd be very expensive.
What's left of your estate, they'll take from you.
Okay, so Bagel Goose says lawyer panel without Jamal Eigel, disgusting. I agree. I've got to get him on a show so he can explain the law, how it really works to us from the perspective of the mailroom. Watermelon Platypus says Eigel can't be here. He has to perform surgery in the morning. Do you guys know? So this is a very Comicsgate specific joke, but are you guys familiar with Jamal Eigel?
Not really. I've got the ancillary idea of who he is.
I've seen some of the bants with him, but not any more in depth than that.
He is my favorite comic professional because Jamal sits around and will tweet out like various legal truths. But I learned recently that he's not only a law expert, he's an expert in pretty much every field. For example, he's an expert in what's the science of studying birds? I can't remember what it's called. It's
ornithology.
Ornithology. Yes. Thank you. What a nerd stream. He's an ornithology expert because someone posted a video of an airplane, a wing being hit by like a personal drone, like just like one of those small drones flying up, and it hits an airplane wing at high speed and the wing just gets shredded. And someone said, couldn't a bird do the same thing? And Jamal Eigel, ornithology expert, says birds can't fly at 10,000 feet. They die, So this is quickly debunked by a very short Google search. But he's a gem.
I like this guy.
He's a gem. You should definitely check out his Twitter. There you go, Jamal. I hopefully got you some followers. I love to read his stuff. It's always nuts. All right, so that covers Discord. We're caught up on chats. Speaking of chats, let's move to YouTube's super chat policy. And I actually, to be fair to YouTube, I haven't seen a stated official policy about this, but YouTube went down without warning for a couple hours the other day. And when it came back, there were some weird changes that had taken place on some streams. The Kill stream in particular had this weird effect where people were, they would say a particularly offensive word, and then Google had an AI that was automatically censoring it. So you couldn't say Paki, for example, the short form for Pakistani, which I have learned is derogatory. I didn't know that because I just don't have enough Pakistanis around me to know it's derogatory towards them. But that was one of the words that was identified as offensive, and it was automatically censored by the AI. So that happened. And then a spokesperson talked about these changes, and I think they're not officially implemented yet, but they said that if a super chat contains abusive language, there will be specific like lawyers. It was abusive language that the super chat would not go through. The bot would catch it. The dollar amount would be accepted by YouTube and then passed on to a charity. And YouTube and the creator would not get the cut of the super chat that was sent. So that's how the spokesperson described it. What do you guys think about that, like from a legal standpoint?
I mean, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna from the perspective of a dude who represents people who are like injured by things, right? And like actually, of course, in the same sense that every single one of my criminal defendants, clients, for an entire 8 years, every single one falsely accused, didn't do any of the things that they were accused of.
Yes, none of them are guilty. It's amazing.
Not a single one. I have an amazing batting average, and a travesty of justice was committed every single time one of them was charged. Every single one of my clients in the last year has been significantly injured by whatever the heck did the thing to them that was done. From that side of things, if YouTube's concern is that abuse is being thrown at person X, so let's say at me, at Josh, people are throwing abuse at me because whatever.
They're like, yeah, you're probably from Detroit, you murderer.
Yeah, you alcoholic dog. You're a Michigan attorney. No joke. Okay, just really, really, really brief aside. I have never wished that my wife owns several cats. I have never wished so hard that my wife owned a dog. I was gonna put a headset on it and be like, I'm a Michigan attorney. I'm a dog. Bark, bark. It would have been great. And it's the saddest thing in my life that that's not true. But person wants to throw abuse at me, Josh.critchett, and YouTube steps in and says, okay, Josh.critchett, this person is at least willing to throw $1, $2, $3, $5, $10, $50 in order to abuse you. But because they're trying to victimize you, Josh. So because they're trying to victimize you, Josh, what we're going to do is, instead of giving you money for being abused, we're going to not give you money, and we're going to send the money over there to a charity. What about me? I'm the intended victim of this thing. Maybe I should get the money from my abuser, right? This is real talk, just as a matter of efficiency. Putting your money down in exchange for, like, I would never want to be assaulted. I practice martial arts. I punch people regularly.
Yes.
People punch me regularly, and it's fine, right?
All lawyers are tough, except for Mark Zaid. Guy's a giant pansy. That's an opinion, not a statement of fact.
I can second that. But if someone were to assault me on the street, if they were to say, look, Josh, I'm going to punch you really hard. I'm going to break one of your ribs. Here's $1,000. I would much rather say, okay, well, you're going to do it anyway because you've decided that you're going to be a criminal and whatever. Thank you for this $1,000. What I would not want is the police to step in and say, I'm sorry, those $1,000 are ours now. We're going to give that to a charity.
We're going to give that to Planned Parenthood.
What about me? I'm the putative victim here. I'm the intended victim here. Maybe if you catch it and stop it first, whatever. But if someone wants to give me money and they're trying to victimize me, if you want to punish them, take their money and give it to me. And maybe if YouTube wants to donate their whatever percent they take out of the super chats, that's fine, right? They say, look, we're trying to do a good thing, but don't stop the intended victim from getting paid for being victimized, or at least, the intention of victimizing them.
Yeah, I think that's one way to look at it. if the creator is being abused. Speaking of which, Cormoran says, "Bundle of sticks. This $2 is headed for charity. You are dangerously close to getting ranted off of this chat, sir. I would caution you. I would caution you now."
Or German bassoon.
Yeah. And Bagel Goose says, "But can I still call EVS a dirty nudist?" Yeah, I think so. But Marsupial Gamer here in the chat brings up an interesting point. He says he thinks the idea is that the creator is encouraging abuse towards a third party and the super chat is abusing the third party. So if I said, "Hey, everybody, right now, why don't you super chat me what you think about the size of Kevin Landau's penis?" And everybody spent like $25 saying small or tiny or sloshed or dog-shaped or something like that. Just hypothetically.
That's a lot of adjectives you had off the top of your head for his penis.
I don't know. I've taken on less caseload. What can I say? I have more thinking time. No. So let's say that's the hypothetical. Then what they're saying is the creator is encouraging abuse. And I think this might be what they're getting at, is that there are streamers out there. And did you two see the Alternative Influencer Network report?
Negative.
All? Okay. You guys are not woke enough on random internet stuff. But
I am not.
So there's this let me coach red pill you on this. So there was this Alternative Influencer Network report that came out. Now this report was passed around as if it were a scientific paper, as if it were a published peer-reviewed thing. It's not. And it lacks a lot of the characteristics of a peer-reviewed study. One, it lacks the peer review aspect of a peer-reviewed study. So that's kind of big. The other thing it lacks is like methodology, data, availability, and stuff like that. The things,
just those minor things.
Right. The things that if you're in the academic world, or as we know, if you're looking at it as a law review article, they would have to cite their sources. They'd have to have an ample bibliography attached to it. You'd be able to get any research pieces that they found by contacting the lawyer who wrote it, and you'd be able to find out that data. They don't have this attached on the Alternative Influencers Network. But what it basically did was it connected a network of alt-right influencers, and guys like Coach Red Pill were on there. Ben Shapiro was on there. Tim Pool was on there. Richard Spencer. And honestly, what it looks like when you really break down to it is like a 6 degrees to Richard Spencer sort of thing.
Oh.
They're showing how everybody is empowering the more detestable aspects of the alt-right. It's really kind of a fascinating report to read through, because the conclusions that are drawn are absurdly biased, and they're not data driven at all. They're literally this is my hypothesis and I didn't test it. I'm just going with it. So it's this interesting thing, but there's a lot of speculation that the super chat change is geared towards people on the Alternative Influencers Network. So for example, the Ralph Retort, the Kill Stream, right? They have a chat that skews heavily, in some instances, at least among some members of the chat, anti-Jew, for example. So they might make some statements that would be considered offensive to the Jewish community, and they may make it by super chat. And so then what the proposed idea is that shows like the Ralph Retort or maybe Medicare's show would be defunded because, or at least partially defunded, because their audience wouldn't be able to get around the algorithm. So what do you guys, in that respect, what do you think about the idea of YouTube taking super chats to protect a putative third party from the vast abuse that they would suffer by a video on the internet that they may never watch?
I have, there's two ends to this. Taking that YouTube or any social media censoring is okay. Ignoring that argument, YouTube has the right to censor stuff, and I don't really have a problem with YouTube saying this violates our terms of service. We're not going to show it. But I think that content creators have an agreement with YouTube, and it's good for both parties. That YouTube's getting advertiser money, you're getting money, and to turn around and say, here's this agreement, you put on this, you get 70% of this, and now I don't care what Google does with their percentage of the money. I don't care if Google decides they're not going to show the super chat, but someone donated money to you. You're a intended third-party beneficiary of that money, and YouTube is just deciding what to do with these content creators' money, and that's where my problem stems. And it just doesn't seem right. If they want to stop the language, have at it. They can, as of now, censor whatever they want. But
don't tell them. Don't tell them they can do it.
Well, it's a whole different argument. I mean, I'm on your side with that. I don't think they should be, but they have that right now, and it's something they can do. But they don't have the right to take people who have donated money to a creator and then say, I'm going to donate 100% of these funds, even though only 30% of them are supposed to be allocated to me, and give them to some third party, assuming that's what's going to happen. I did the same. I did some searches before, and I found nothing from YouTube about this or any sort of official statement about this either.
Well, and I think I agree with Mr. Burch that it.
Mr.
Yeah, right.
Hey, I'm an adult. You worked hard for that, Esquire.
I did.
I was once in court, and a judge told me, "You went to school for a very long time, Mr. Critchett. Please come sit in the front row with the rest of the adults." And so I feel compelled to refer to attorneys with the utmost respect. But right, if YouTube wants to donate theirs, and frankly, if they want to say, look, hey, everybody, we're going to do this good thing. If we determine that so-and-so, does things, or any super chats involve something that we think is bad, we're going to take our 30% and we're going to throw it to whatever charity, the ASPCA, if someone's making fun of
Kevin Landau
dogs, then, so be it. But hey, we will give the creator the option to do so. But if someone's trying to throw money at the creator, which, if I'm being realistic in interpreting what people do super chats to, the intention, I would imagine, and it could be wrong, is usually to give the money to the creator, that do accomplish the purpose that the person is intending. Otherwise, they would have to be really clear about it, and I think it's kind of dishonest. Maybe not in a way that's legally problematic, but I really don't think, if I'm a creator like you, Nick, I'm not. I don't create anything except for ridiculous arguments in front of judges.
I create arguments that I hope won't get me yelled at. How's that?
Right. Yeah, that's as here's the thing I manufacture: words on a page. But because I have a piece of paper from law school and a piece of plastic from the state of Michigan, I can say magic words that change the way that reality functions. And I can write down spells and put them in front of a person in a robe, and magically things happen, or don't happen, depending on what I want. It just seems like they're interfering with the transaction in a way that, like, they're dispensing with the 70% that's supposed to, or whatever the percentage is, that goes to the creator, without really having the creators, like, you get whatever percent you get, YouTube. You can do with that whatever you want. And if you want to say, hey, public, look, we're doing this great thing, that's fine. But if you're going to say, and also we're doing the same thing that we think is great with the percentage that goes to these guys over here that are doing the manufacturing of entertainment without consulting them on what they want done or even what charity they want it to go to. That seems bothersome to me.
Yeah.
Agreed.
So I've come up with a couple theories that I'd want to run by you guys on how, like, assuming this all gets implemented in the way they've stated, and in checking the YouTube terms of service, I don't see any language that is sufficient to cover this proposed change. So,
None.
and I think that's why they haven't fully implemented it yet. I think that they're waiting for a full terms of or for a terms of service update to do this change. My understanding is that even the automatic chat police has been rolled back, that it wasn't intended to be rolled out after that crash, but maybe the crash caused an inadvertent update on their end. I have a couple theories and I want to get to them, but I've got a couple super chats to get through, so bear with me. And answer, of course. Keck7 Go says, what charity do you want your abuse to go towards? All of my abuse goes towards Planned Parenthood now. So that's the charity I want my abuse to go towards. The charity I want, the charity I want the funding to go towards would be something like St. Jude's or one of the local crisis pregnancy centers, because I really do think they do good work. And if you are for abortion and opposed to crisis pregnancy centers, don't at me. DM me and we can talk about it sometime. I fully respect that position. It's just that this is my position. But what about you guys? What charity do you want your abuse to go towards? And then what charity do you want the money for the abuse to go towards?
Oh.
Anything? Come on. Don't you guys hate some charity? Like, you have to hate one charity out there.
Oh, the ASPCA. Screw animals in general. But
I would agree with Burch, except my wife's bedroom is above me, and she might hear me say that. But she didn't hear what Burch said, so I'm going to
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay. What about money? Do you guys prefer any charities? Like,
other than the Pay My House Off charity?
You guys like Lawyers Helping Lawyers, right? That's your favorite
Right,
charity?
Yeah.
I am the
Macomb
charity.
County Bar Foundation, so I have to pay less in dues.
I'm drinking Jim Beam right now. I need charity. I don't know.
I want all my super chat charity to go to Mr. Burch. All abuse can be directed towards Planned Parenthood, but all the super chat charity can go towards Mr. Burch.
Well, direct the abuse at me and then give the cash to Burch. And then Burch, you can, we'll work something out between us.
We'll sue those scumbags for defamation. Okay, so Paul Godin says, given YouTube's political leanings, you know that the charity they send it to will be a political one you don't agree with anyway. That's actually my concern, and I'm going to... so, Paul, I've got your super chat. I'm going to address that in part of my theory, or my legal theory discussion that's coming in just a second. And but poor Josh and Steven have no idea of what I've been thinking about, and I get to drop it on them because I run this show. So you guys get to deal with this on the fly.
I'm an expert with doing my homework in the middle of class. That's my job.
So Watermelon Platypus says 2. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for 2. Bagel Goose says small, tiny, sloshed, dog-shaped. I think I know what that's a reference to. Super Iron Bob says 1/10. Okay. That I think that might be 1/10 of a penis, maybe. Are we back to penile questions at this point?
I hope so.
Coger52 says, do we need a new law that governs tech companies, a user rights law, or do we need fewer regulations? I'll let you guys chime in on this. My thoughts are that we need to actually remove or extremely roll back the protections of the Communications Decency Act and maybe even the Safe Harbor Act. Although Safe Harbor I'm more okay with, but the Communications Decency Act's liability umbrella I think is far too broad, and it allows these companies to act with literal impunity for anything that's on their platform and for removal of things that are on their platform. And that just seems outside of the scope of the law, in my opinion. But you guys can chime in.
Yeah, I love my tinfoil hat upstairs, but I mean, I think a lot of these problems we're facing are caused by government and laws and regulations, and I don't think that I don't think the solution is, hey, let's put more, let's keep piling on this problem. I think if you start rolling things back, you have a better chance of solving the problem. I think government is the reason for the problems we're seeing today. And I think if you rolled it back, especially the 230 protections, or at least limited them. I don't know that you want to get rid of them completely, but limited them or made them a little bit more strict.
Well, there's in traditional publishing, you have two categories. You have the publisher category and the distributor category. Now, the publisher category is held to the strictest standards because they're putting out content. They're allegedly vetting it beforehand. So if there's something defamatory, their standard is basically a reasonable knowledge. So they don't have to have actual knowledge of the defamatory content, but a reasonable knowledge of the defamatory content, if it's defamation, or for otherwise infringing content. The distributor rule is where they don't expect a distributor to have the same level of knowledge as a publisher, but if a distributor is given actual knowledge of infringing content, then the distributor at that point has a duty to remove. So I think constructing some sort of system that recognizes it's weird. Like it's easy to criticize old law, but old law works for a reason. So some system that is built off the original distributor publisher relationships that says, look, if YouTube is obviously not a publisher at this point because people upload it and then everything kind of happens later. But if they're a distributor and they're given actual knowledge via the reporting system, right? Someone says, hey, this person is sending defamatory comment or content about me. Can you look into it? And then, they have some sort of review process that goes on. That's what happens now. They should have some distributor liability, I think. And there's probably a way to build a system around that accounts also for the stuff that they take down, so that there's some questions there. But sorry, Josh, I stepped over your answer.
No. Yeah, that's fine. I've been kind of monitoring the chat, and there was one by Thorntizzle.
Yeah.
Maybe YouTube and its creators can come up with some sort of 3/5 compromise, which I was dying over here.
Well,
because
I take it back. I'm pro more censor.
Yeah. But so I like what Burch was saying. But my
rude.
Like in terms of just how
I thought you were a good attorney. What are you?
Well, it's just
no, I'm an attorney.
I like what the implication was you liked what Burch was saying, but not me. I just thought that was a little.
No. I'm pretending that your thing didn't happen. I just put my fingers into my ears, and I'm responding as though you didn't talk in the intro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I don't need a tinfoil hat because I'm in my concrete bunker underneath my wife's bedroom because I thought this was going to be a bunker chat, wherein we're all safe and whatever.
Oh, dude, no, real quick, no joke. I'm moving at the beginning of December, and I will literally be broadcasting from inside a safe.
Nice.
How cool is that? Like there is a safe,
cool.
And I will have my office inside of it. So I'll do the tour. I'll do a tour video. But sorry, go on. It'll be bunker chat then.
I am incredibly jealous. I think really that Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, whoever, it needs to be they have to pick. Either you get protection because you're not in the business of being some type of editor, or you're in the position you're choosing to curate content, in which case right? Because the whole idea of safe harbor is that you've got so much stuff going through your system that you can't possibly curate it, and you
Right.
can't possibly monitor it, and you can't possibly regulate it. And so because us requesting you to be, mother, sitting over and being the mama bear, we're not going to make you do that because that's an unrealistic request or demand of you. But then if once they start to step in and do that thing, then they've demonstrated that they don't need the protection of, or to be exempted out of liability for something that because they can do it. They've demonstrated that they can do it. And if they can do it, then they don't need the government to say, well, we're going to protect you because you couldn't possibly do this thing that you're presently in the business of doing.
Right. That's what killed me with Tim Cook.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. Tim Cook came out and said, we want our customers to know that we are curating this content. We do have people watching all of it, which was stunning to me, because it's like the entire basis for your protection is that it's impossible to keep up with the amount of content that is published on your platform. But Tim Cook flat out said, no, we are watching. We are watching.
Not creepy at all.
But that's the thing. I mean, they taught what was law of the horse, right? Isn't that what that we learned in law school? But it's this idea you've got technology changing, every year faster than you can count on, and we had legislation made, a decade ago, over a decade. God, how long has it been? And it's
20 years, 22 years.
God, I'm old.
Wait, 96, 22 years now.
Yeah, 22 years ago, we were worried about, oh no, we've got this new internet thing, and here's how things are going. And so we made national law as to how that's going to work, but things have changed since then. And that law doesn't match. If we would have never had that law, I promise you the internet would still be in the same place it's in now, if not a better place. But there was reaction and worry as to new technology and new scary things. And so government was apparently the best solution people had. And I think we're worse off for it.
Can you describe Law of the Whores?
Oh, whores, eh?
Is that what you said?
Horse.
Oh, Law of the Horse. The horse.
Have you not heard that?
No, but in the chat's with me. They're like, wait, what is Law of the Whores?
I've heard when I was in law school, we learned about, do you make it, when the horse and buggy comes around, it's new. Do you make laws about this horse and buggy, or do you do? And it kept going. I don't know. Maybe I'm making that up in my head. I swear there's a thing called Law of the Horse.
I think so. And what I refer to it, I just ask people if they've ever read Anthem by Ayn Rand, because what about the candle makers is my favorite line from that whole stupid short story. Are you guys familiar with Anthem?
I am not.
Not in particular.
How dare you? No, so it's Ayn
That's
Rand's,
the worst thing I've done today is not know that book.
Yeah, it's Ayn Rand's most accessible story because it's only like 40 pages instead of 800. But it's a really good read. But the summary is there's a dystopian future, of course. Full on social justice has taken over to the point where names are eliminated because individualized names are bad. So everybody's name is like Brotherhood 3725, Fraternity 4614. That it's like Discord kind of in a weird way. So everybody's name is this like collectivist thing, and all of the singular pronouns are gone. There is no he, him, she, her. There is no I. Most importantly, everything is plural. And then there's, of course, society's in shambles, and there's like this ministry for everything. And so there's this guy, though, and he's growing up, going through the Ministry of Education, and he wants to be an inventor. But the Ministry of Jobs assigns him the role of street cleaner. Even though he's smarter than everybody else in his class, he gets assigned the role of street cleaner, and the Ministry of Jobs is never wrong. So while he's cleaning streets one day he opens up like a sewer grate and finds his way down and finds a bunch of old books and materials, and he recreates the light bulb because they've been operating by candle for a while now. So he recreates the light bulb and he takes it to the Ministry of Inventions, and he says, "Hey, look what I've built. I've put lightning into this glass thing, and imagine if we use this, how much more work everybody can get done. Can you please transfer me from the street sweeping job into the inventing job?" Right? And the first response from the Ministry of Inventions is, "Well, what about the candle makers? We just moved from torches to candles 5 years ago. And what are those people going to do if we switch again? Because they only know how to make candles." And the guy's like, "Well, like, anything, man." They could do literally anything else. But then the Ministry of Jobs like tries to hunt him down. It's a great story. But yeah, so that's the law of the horse to me, is what about the candle makers?
That's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. Yeah. And I looked it up to make sure I wasn't going crazy. There's a whole Wikipedia page about it if you're interested.
I've heard you can't trust Wikipedia.
I misheard it like the chat did. Although and real brief aside from myself, way back to my criminal days, which is a couple years ago.
Criminal defense days.
Yeah, my criminal defense days.
Same thing.
I had a criminal case. My guy was charged with stalking because he kept reporting his neighbor to the police for committing acts of prostitution because she was committing acts of prostitution. And so she reported him for stalking because he kept calling the police on her. And that was me and co-counsel for our co-defendant's defense was like, "Look, your complaining witness is a prostitute. My client is charged with stalking for looking at a person's license plate because he got tired of people coming up to his door and asking his wife, 'Hey, how much sex is it?'" Because as it turns out, the kinds of people who solicit prostitutes sometimes aren't necessarily the best at getting addresses correct.
No.
Yeah, right? Shock. So, and one of the prosecutors in the Tri-County area, I won't specify which one because I had a very good relationship with this person. I was able to do a lot of good work with them, but made this statement and I to the effect that, "Well, look, everybody loves prostitutes." So that was amazing. That's the kind of inside baseball that you don't see as the public, but yeah, prosecutors saying everybody loves prostitutes. Preceding that was, "Have you seen the complaining witness?" No one's going to believe that she was a prostitute.
Oh.
To which I responded, "Yeah, you're probably right. So
that's a
what
low.
can we do with this?"
That's a low cost prostitute, I'm guessing.
That I saw the complaining witness. I can't disagree. Cost effective. Economically. Right. Economy class.
Well, would you say they're economy comfort with a little bit of extra room where it matters?
I would say Sprint Airlines quality is again not to disparage anyone who would ever accuse anyone of a crime, because victims should be believed at all times, and all criminals are bad people.
Hashtag listen and believe.
Yeah. No one has ever lied to the police ever.
Nor have the police ever lied to anybody else.
Of course.
Why would they?
Of course not.
Paragons of virtue.
Memeing aside, Paul Godin says, "Is YouTube under any obligation to inform all parties of which super chats were diverted to these third-party charities and for what reason?" I don't know. This is part of the complicated aspect of this. If you're taking my money and giving it to a charity, I need to know which charity because I need to be able to claim that as a taxable donation. If YouTube
Yes.
is accepting the money and then passing it on to charity, that may be fine, but YouTube can't just say that that's a straight charitable contribution. If they're accepting the money and they're making the charitable contribution, then that money is income first, and needs to be reported as such. And so there are a lot of questions about this. And I don't have the answers because again, we don't have that term of service change, but I think they would need to, probably lay out some sort of thing so that creators in the audience know. And I can't wait for YouTube to go ahead and publish a list of banned words. Like I really want YouTube to publish, all the things that we can't say, so I could just screen cap it and put it on Twitter or something.
Well, yeah, as soon as they do that, people are just going to come up with new words that mean the same thing, and it seems like a massive cat and mouse type game where YouTube will never be able to keep up with the right words.
Well, and I think Nick makes a good point that, if they're donating the money, the creator should get credit against, because again, it's income, and whatever the split is between YouTube and creators, if the money is, if we accept that, let's just donate all the money without the concern for the creator. And let's say we're trying to offend and attack and whatever someone other than the creator, fine. And so we're agreeing before any distribution of anything that these assets should go to charity in the interest of whatever we're trying to pursue. The creator should still get whatever percentage of that. And if YouTube isn't doing that and saying, well, we're donating this whole thing and we're taking all the credit for it, not that taxation is theft, but at the very least,
it is though.
Well, right. Like at least if somebody's getting is getting credit on their taxes for a charitable donation, it should at least, like, if I'm the creator and I'm doing this thing, maybe I should get credit for that. I mean, if I'm encouraging people to engage in acts of arguable hate speech, fine, maybe, if you can prove whatever. But if that's what I'm doing, like if I'm engaging in a behavior that you as YouTube want to just eliminate entirely, and you think that I, the creator, am doing a bad thing, then you should engage with me directly and say, hey, you're doing the bad thing. We're going to not do business with you because you're doing what we think is the bad thing, and not just say, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to swoop in underneath you. We're going to take the money that people are trying to throw at you because they believe that they're giving money to you. And then we're going to take that money and we're going to give it to a charity, and we're going to take all the credit for the charity. And the creator, who is, again, creating the product of entertainment or material or whatever it is that people are coming to YouTube for to watch, and then saying, okay, now here you go. We get credit for all the charity donations and not the person who actually provided
Induced
the money.
The donation.
Yeah,
Right?
not the person who induced the donation and not the person who actually gave the donation. Just
Right.
us, the intermediary YouTube, we get credit for 100% of everything, and we get to reduce our tax liability while everyone else can pay Uncle Sam all the money because, we YouTube can afford that hit less than anybody else.
Yeah. Let's get through a couple more of these chats. We read this one earlier. Thorn Tizzle says maybe YouTube and its creators can come to some sort of 3/5 compromise, which is very good. Thank you.
3/5 compromise.
Watermelon Platypus says
Good job,
platform or publisher. What's the difference? Well, one, a platform is something that ostensibly cannot moderate the content effectively because there's too much content. So they're a neutral party to the transaction. You are GeoCities as a platform, and then whatever person wants to come, they just say, I want a GeoCities page, and then they get a web page, a web domain that they can put whatever, all the cool Church of Satan stuff they want on it, with a bunch of naked women on it, because that was like the best site in high school. I went to high school a long time ago. What can I say? churchofsatan.com was hilarious. Anyway, as a devout Christian, so that's what happened with GeoCities. So they're a platform at that point. Now, a publisher is a newspaper, right? So you submit an article to a newspaper. They have an editor look at that article. They might have a fact check team actually go through, because they don't want to be putting out some sort of libelous or slanderous statement. So the fact check team would look it over. An editor would determine whether the newspaper should publish it, if it fits the content requirements of the newspaper, if it fulfills any journalistic standards that the newspaper adheres to, stuff like that. So that's the difference between a platform and a publisher. One takes a very, very passive role in what is put onto the service, and the other takes a very active role in it. So hopefully that helps. Watermelon Platypus says, I hate individualistic names. Yeah, who doesn't? Who doesn't? Keck7Go says, this I'm interested in from you guys. What is the most ridiculous / funniest case you have been part of beyond the lawsuit? I like Nick's Phantom Homeowners Association. So what about you guys? Case.
Okay, so back when I was out on my own, I in addition to I did criminal, I did traffic, I did some estate planning, I did some landlord-tenant work, both tenant side and landlord side. I had once a case where I was contacted by a client. He said, hey, I own this piece of property. I want to evict the person living there. It's my son's ex-wife. So I send, in Michigan, you have to send a notice to quit. There's no lease, so it's a 30-day notice to quit saying, you have 30 days to vacate the premises. If you don't vacate the premises, then I can file a case in the court to evict you. Within the next 30 days, I receive a complaint, a summons and complaint from the tenant saying, you can't evict me because I'm suing for quiet title to the property. I owned this property because I got it in the divorce from your son. Property's owned by my client. She's saying in her divorce from my client's son, right, the divorce decree says I own this property.
And they were renting it. They were renting it, though, from your client.
Basically, my client allowed them to live there, saying, hey, you're my son, you're my daughter-in-law, you're about to give birth to my grandson. I will let you stay in my house. You pay the taxes, you pay the utilities, and I'll let you live there. And so they sue my guy. They subsequently divorce. They sue my ex-daughter-in-law, sues my guy, saying, well, look, he never stayed in the house. He didn't pay for any of the utilities. And he didn't pay the taxes, which actually, it turns out, was a factual lie. We had receipts that proved that my guy did pay the taxes because they didn't, even though they should have. Therefore, we own the property. And here there's a divorce decree saying that I own the property. And my response is basically, renters, generally speaking, are responsible for paying the landlord at least enough money to cover the rent, to cover the expense of the property existing, right? Like when I was younger, I rented property from random people and also from my aunt. And my job was to pay her at least enough. I had to pay my own gas bill. I had to pay my own utility bill. I had to pay at least enough to cover the expense of the property existing. That's what being a tenant is. That's not proof of anything. And the fact that my guy didn't live in the house doesn't prove that he didn't own it. The fact that he owned it.
People only own houses that they live in. All other houses are not owned by people.
Yeah. As it turns out, I'm going back and suing my parents for quiet title for their house because I lived there, and I gave them money on at least one occasion, and therefore that proves that the house was mine.
Real quick. Term quiet title is a term of art, y'all.
Yeah.
In the chat who are not lawyers. An action to quiet title is you asking the court to settle ownership on a piece of property. That's all. So just
Yeah,
want
sorry
to
about
make sure
that.
no one's lost in the jargon. Sorry, go ahead.
But yeah, that probably, and I'm not kidding. It was about 5 years, 4 or 5 years that I ran my own firm, and in 4 or 5 years, I encountered 4 cases of that shape, like of a tenant saying, "You can't evict me because I own this property," because something like that. Or I had one case very similar where the person being evicted would say, "Well, my father owned this house before you, and he sold it to you, so you can't evict me." And one saying, literally, "I gave you money, therefore you can't evict me," which of course is rent. That's not proof of ownership. And the saddest part about this is that in 3 of those 4 cases, they were represented by counsel. Like I could understand a layperson saying, "I don't understand what is a tenant," but an attorney saying, like, and I remember specifically one attorney saying to me, what was it? It was like, uh, what is your theory for how you can evict my client? I'm like, "Oh, I don't know. My guy owns
Basic
the
landlord
property."
tenant law.
Like basically just basic property ownership. He's like, well, but she has an ownership. How do you suggest that she doesn't have an ownership in an ownership interest in the property too? I'm like, I don't know. Statute of frauds. Statute of frauds, of course, is for those of you who are not attorneys. Certain contracts have to be proved up by writing. In the state of Michigan, those include proper contracts involving the transfer of ownership in real estate, things that cannot be completed within 1 year of the date of the execution of the contract.
By the terms of the contract, cannot. So it has to be a
Right.
contract for over 1 year. So like
Yeah.
you're employing someone for 13 months specifically. Just because
Right.
it might take longer doesn't qualify. Sorry, we're getting deep into contract law.
Yeah. No,
Statute of
exactly.
I
frauds.
like where this stream's going.
Absolutely impossible to complete within 1 year. It has to or sale of goods more than, it's either $500 or $5,000. If I don't remember exactly because it's been a minute since I've had to argue statute of frauds. But
Is that a
basically, my was
UCC?
like statute of frauds exists in the state of Michigan, and he said, "You must be some type of rookie," and I'm like, pretty sure the statutes of Michigan are the statutes of Michigan without regard to how old I am,
Right?
my dude. And of course, I won, but but that's the most probably the shape of the most ridiculous cases I've ever had are tenants saying, "You can't evict me because I own this property," for reasons that have nothing to do with owning the property.
All right, Burch, what about you?
So maybe a little off topic. The funny cases I have are probably only funny to other attorneys. I had an attorney appeal to the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals a case that was dismissed without prejudice, and then he lost, and then rebrought the case again. Why did you? Why he appealed was beyond me. But yeah, so the most interesting case and the most fun case, we lost at trial. I got my ass kicked at trial, but I won on appeal, and I'm waiting for the Florida Supreme Court to say no, we're not going to hear it anymore. But I have a guy. He's he worked in concrete, and he had this idea, during the boom of, especially in Florida, but across the U.S. I'm going to start a concrete batch plant company. And he had this plan, went through everything, spent a lot of money, leveraged himself fairly high to build, to plan out this concrete batch plant. and he bought property. He got at every point. He went to the county and got approvals. Everything was going good until he retirees. Florida has a lot of retirees. Retirees realized that there was going to be a concrete batch plant built, in the vicinity of their neighborhood. And so this guy has an outstanding site plan where he's going to, everything he needs. And he's in the process of approvals. And the county's telling him at every point, oh, yeah, as a matter of right, you can build this. You have the right to do it on your property. You just need to do A, B, and C, and you've got approval. Well, a bunch of people got together. They formed an entire coalition of a bunch of old retiree people, to oppose this property. And out of nowhere, within months, the county went. Did we lose?
What?
Maybe?
Yep, we lost Josh temporarily. I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Tired of my story. I don't blame him. But so out of nowhere, these people come in and they petition the county, and the county, as this guy's going through site plan approval, as he's spending literally millions of dollars for site plan approval, they change the land development codes from underneath him. And so they changed the land development codes. They refuse to approve his project. We go to court, and the court says you either have to approve it or deny it. You can't just ignore it now that the law has changed. So they deny it, and we go and we sue him for regulatory taking, a Fifth Amendment taking. And Florida has this thing called the Burt-Harris Act. Ooh, that looks nice. Which is essentially something less than a taking, but still provides for compensation. So we went to trial. We got our butts kicked at trial. It didn't go well. But it's the worst part, and this is the funny part for me, is you're standing there in front of a judge, and it's us, the judge, and then there's the county attorney. And prior to every hearing, the judge was along the lines of, hey, Mr. County Attorney, what's your boss doing to get me a new courtroom? What's your boss doing to do this? What's your boss? And I'm like, there's no way this judge is ever going to rule that we're entitled to millions of dollars, which is also worried that she never had a court. 87-page judgment against us from the trial court. And then we take it to the intermediate appeals court, and they're like, "This is the poster child." I think was the appellate judge's name. This is the poster child for Burt-Harris claim. So I don't know. It's hopefully going to turn out well, but that's the most interesting case I've ever worked on. Still working on.
I'll give a very brief story about a similar eviction case to Mr. Josh. I had a client come in. He's a vulnerable adult. He had a head injury years ago. He's a vulnerable adult. He's a taxi cab driver who is largely on a fixed income, and he owns a house here in town, in the same town as my office. Now, a friend of his, which is a woman with a couple kids. Now, he had a fiance at the time. They're now married. But he had a fiance who would stay at his house with him. I think they may have lived together. I don't know. Or if she just stayed there frequently. But this other woman who is a friend of his got evicted from her place. I guess it was evicted. Her roommate kicked her out or whatever. And so she says to the guy, me, my 2 kids, and my 3 dogs are going to be homeless. We need somewhere to stay. Can you help out? And so he says, sure, you can come stay in my house. And my basement's a mess, but if you guys help me clean it up a little bit, we can make some room for you guys down in the basement and you can stay there. So the lady comes to stay with her 2 kids and her 3 dogs. And she comes over to this house, and they're sleeping in the living room. Whatever, they're sleeping in the living room. So he goes down and starts cleaning out the basement. The basement is not is not a rentable facility. Let's be very clear on this. There are no egress windows in this basement. There is not finished walls. There are not finished ceilings. You could not lease this place out, and that's kind of important to the case. So he says, yeah, you can come stay in my living room. Of course, if you help clean out the basement, you guys could stay down there a little longer. That'd be fine. 19 days goes by. She does zero work. She does zero help for him, pays him zero rent money. He didn't ask for rent. They had talked about at some point her paying some rent, but she never actually paid him rent. They didn't have an agreement on it or anything like that. So she, after 19 days of just literally sitting on his couch watching TV every day, he says, get out. And she says no, but then she goes out to the bowling alley with her kid who had a birthday party. So she takes her kid to the bowling alley for a birthday party. And I don't think it was her kid's birthday party. It was one of his friends or something like that. So then he comes home and he changes the locks and sends her a text message that says, no, get out. Get out, you freeloading chump. Not only that, but in the meanwhile, he had hired someone to help him in the basement because she wasn't helping at all. So he had actually paid out money to have someone come down there. There was some mold in the basement that they had to like scrape and spray and paint over and all that stuff to get rid of the mold. And he cleaned out a bunch of stuff to make it work. But he probably put a couple $100 into it. So the lady comes back to the house and she can't get in because the door's locked. And of course he's texted her and said, no, too bad. You can come get your stuff later. Or you can come get your stuff, but you can't stay here. So the lady comes with the sheriff and goes in and gets a couple things, but the sheriff's like, yeah, you got to go. So then she goes to legal aid, and legal aid takes the case, which was the most baffling thing I can think of. Legal aid takes the case and files an unlawful eviction against my client. And he comes to my office and he's like, what's going on here? And I'm like, oh my God. Did you have any contract with this person? Did you have any agreement? It's like, no. I'm like, so this person was literally just staying at your house. And then you said, you're here too long. You've got to leave. And he says, yeah. So I said, okay, well, this will be funny. So I call up the legal aid guy and I'm like, hey, not really sure why you would take this case, but you want to go ahead and settle this out, like where your client just gets her stuff and pieces out and never is heard from again. And he says, we'll do that if your client pays for $1,000 pays $1,000 of costs that my client incurred on the on having to buy a hotel. And I said, well, no, that's not going to happen. And then he says, well, we're pushing for damages, and there's a way to read the statute, and it's not in all of the counties in Minnesota, but one county has read the statute this way. The damages award for this action would be $500 or treble damages per day, whichever is greater. And the one county read that as $500 treble per day, which is a weird reading of the statute, but that's how they read it. So this guy is pushing for like $7,000. Is the total bill for this person, plus $1,500 in attorney's fees for legal aid. And I said, yeah, no, that's not going to happen. You know, my client's not going to pay any money, much less $7,000, and certainly not $1,000. And he says, okay, well, we'll see you at trial then. So then I go ahead and the day before trial, I pull up all the statutes that show how just ludicrous this is. And I walk in and I see this guy, the legal aid guy, standing there. I said, hey, can I talk to you for a minute? He says, yeah, I've got a trainee here. We just hired this guy. Can he come and sit in on our meeting? And I said, okay. So we go into a conference room and I lay into this guy for like 10 straight minutes about how stupid he is for bringing this case. I said, last chance, you walk out of this room and you drop the case, and we don't even care. We don't ask for anything, but you just walk out of this room. Otherwise, we're going to go into that courtroom and the judge is going to yell at you and I'm going to laugh at you. And his new trainee is like, so he says, no, we'll go hear the judge out. And I said, okay. So we go in and they give their side of the story as plaintiffs. And the judge goes, is that it? And he says, yeah. And she looks over at me and she says, do you have anything to add? And I said, I don't think I need to. And she just starts screaming at this woman who had sued this guy. And then the only thing that made me mad was she didn't award my client's attorney's fees. Because she said that my client had unclean hands because he asked her to help in the basement. He asked her to help, and that came close to being a rental contract, which I thoroughly disagree with. But it was funny enough just having the other person in the room get screamed at by a judge and not me. So that was one of my favorites. But it's like his poor trainee was like, he went back to the office afterwards, just pissed off, like gripping the wheel, and he gets there and he had to explain to the trainee, you don't win them all. You don't win them all. Legal aid's a hard job. So anyway, let's finish up these chats, and then we'll finish up the YouTube subject real quick. So Super Iron Bob says, this solves my problem. I want to say horrible things to people while forcing others to see it, but I don't want to give them money. It actually doesn't, though, because my understanding is they delete your Super Chat message when it is wrongthink. True American Hero says, I hate lawyers. I think I can certainly agree with you. Do you guys hate lawyers? I hate them.
100%.
Absolutely.
Whoa, Josh, you're really quiet.
Oh, am I? Hold on. Maybe I can fix my shit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just dropped a S-bomb on your stream, Nick. And
No, you can use all the profanity you want. I am not anti-profanity.
I know, but I try to, mimic the environment that I'm in, and
A true lawyer, a snake in the grass.
yeah, I'm a plaintiff's attorney. That's what I do. I am the ultimate of all snakes, but I'm not a dog. So
True.
I'm one step up.
True.
One step up.
Okay, so Watermelon Platypus says, so if a platform deplatforms, are they now a publisher? That's an argument that Ted Cruz was making to the android known as Mark Zuckerberg. Or let me clarify, the android the android who killed Mark Zuckerberg and now wears his skin as a flesh suit was sitting in front of Congress. And Ted Cruz made this argument that Facebook is no longer a platform. It is now a publisher because it is making editorial content decisions. And while I agree with Ted Cruz that is how CDA 230 should be read and should be interpreted, it is not the way that it is read and interpreted at this point. So currently, no. If a platform deplatforms, they are still a platform because of the immunity granted by CDA 230 being so broad that they have pretty much, we'll call it plenary authority to deplatform as they choose, as long as it's done, quote unquote, with good faith. And I don't see any standard for what would constitute a breach of good faith in that. I don't know if you guys have a different opinion than that, but that's, I think, how that shakes out.
Same opinion. I just always find it funny to listen to, the people who get to make the laws complaining about how people are using the laws that they made instead of, fixing them.
Yeah, come on, Ted.
I mean, he has the ability to do something about this if he wants to, instead of just, showboating or whatever it is that they do. I don't know that anyone pays that much attention, but
yeah, the problem is I don't know if enough Republicans or Democrats, for that matter, in the Senate have been on the internet ever. I'm thoroughly convinced that like Hank Johnson still uses dial-up. Are you guys familiar with Hank Johnson? He's like the oldest, dumbest senator that may exist. He's the guy who famously asked a Navy, I think it was an admiral, if Guam would capsize if we landed 3,000 or 18,000 Marines on it. So he's like, Yeah, I'm just curious if we put too many Marines on the island that it would capsize. And the Navy admiral's like, well, sir, we do not have any information to corroborate that finding, but I will have my people look at it. He's like the most respectful he could possibly be. And then Hank later came out and was like, "No, it was a joke about Guam." Sure, buddy. Sure. This is a problem with electing people who were alive when the Civil War was a new idea.
Right.
As a person with Admiral in their official handle on the internet, islands don't capsize unless something goes really, really, really bad.
So you're saying they may capsize. You're not denying their ability to capsize, are you?
We need to get language out for Guam waivers immediately.
Yeah, in the history of humankind, it's never happened, but I'm always open to the possibility of it happening in the future and suing for a lot of money if it does.
Bagel Goose asks, have you guys heard the Ted Cruz soup story? I have not, but I assume it's related to being the Zodiac killer in some way.
I hope that it involves him banging on the roof above him and demanding that his mother bring him soup and his correspondence.
Yeah, except he only speaks in symbols and he sends her notes. Okay, so the YouTube thing, I had a couple theories. I had a couple theories for attacking this YouTube thing. One is, and this one was triggered by something you said, Stephen. You mentioned that even if we treat the creator as a third party to the transaction, is what you said. And there's a doctrine or an idea called third party beneficiary, where, so let's say there's not a contract between the creator and YouTube necessarily, and there's not a contract between the creator and audience for a super chat. But there is a contract between the audience and the super chat. However, the creator would then be a third-party beneficiary of that contract because they're getting a 70% cut, right? So when there's a third-party beneficiary who is, they then get standing to sue another party for unjust enrichment. So let's say that YouTube takes a super chat from someone who is talking negatively about the Holocaust, and they donate that money to, like the Charlottesville marches, because they have an ironic sense of charity. So YouTube donates this money to a charity, and the super chat user is out of the money, of course, and the creator has nothing to do with it, except now I think the creator would have standing to sue the recipient for unjust enrichment, and then claim that they owned some of that. Am I way off on that? Am I too drunk for this?
No, I would agree that there's some sort of, I don't know what it is, and I'm sure Google's attorneys are smart enough to put contractual language to stop it, but it doesn't seem equitable that someone tries to pay you money and Google intercepts that and gives you none of it. It doesn't seem right at all.
I would say, okay, so if I'm putting my being a plaintiff's attorney hat on, which I wear most of the time, and we've got a contract, I guess we're saying contract between person creating the super chat and YouTube. Creator certainly would have, I would be willing to argue that person who is the content creator is at the very least a third-party beneficiary between YouTube and the person creating the super chat. Clearly okay, so Nick is not necessarily creating these live streams for only the purpose of generating super chats, but Nick is behaving in a certain way, at least in part, as a result of the existence of super chats. Super chats. Use the correct language, Josh. I'm sorry. I'm down to this much.
Where did you start? Did you start with a full bottle?
No, it did not start way up here. It started probably around here.
Yeah, sure it
and
did. Sure it did.
Well,
That's a
okay.
Tuesday night for an attorney.
Yeah, right.
It's Friday.
I'm a
buddy.
Michigan attorney, so it started here, and we call it. This is actually an easy day for me.
That's your second bottle.
Yeah, is that not? Oh crap! Is that not what we mean when we go back for second? Is it we just go back for a whole second bottle? But creator would be intended or anticipated third party to the transaction, because the person generating, donating, whatever you want to call it, the super chat, clearly is aware of the existence of the creator and would be of the understanding that the creator is going to receive the money. The creator is of the understanding that they are, under certain circumstances, going to receive a certain percentage of the proceeds of any super chat. And as a result, I think it would be very hard for for YouTube to make the argument that creators would not be a third-party beneficiary under any contract or contractual relationship regarding super chats.
Good. So that's one theory. That's one theory to go about. So what I'm trying to figure out is like what, like let's say the obvious theory is that there's a contractual relationship between creator and YouTube. Creator induces super chats. YouTube accepts the money as a payment platform and pays out the agreed amount. Like that's the obvious argument. But let's say YouTube is able to defeat that argument. As you guys know, we have to in advance consider the other possible arguments just in case they beat the obvious one, and we have to present them as a possible alternative.
I think if I were YouTube, you could come up with contractual language for their terms of service that every person who, like you, who decides to use their platform to stream agrees that by using my service, if super chat doesn't meet our terms of service, we're going to take the money, and you agree that you're not entitled to any of it. I mean, it's an easy contractual issue to get around. I mean, I think it's more of a should they versus can they. I mean, I guarantee you the attorneys, the Google employees can come up with contractual language that moots any sort of legal issue if they wanted to.
And by the way, the Google employee that does that, I challenged you to a fist fight already, you pile of garbage, and I still mean it. Mean it.
If I may intercede, I would be happy to stand in as Rackets' champion, because this is the thing.
We got a tag team. We got a tag team. I got to get a couple hits in, even if they're cheap shots.
That's fine. I'll stand at the corner, and I got my hand out as soon as you want someone who has spent the last 12 years throwing hook punches to step in and finish it off. A thing I learned in law school, until the late 2000s, shortly before 2010, apparently the UK still had trial by combat or trial by champion on the books.
Oh God, that'd be great.
Because like the UK absorbed Scotland, and UK, I guess, is like they have more statutory or whatever. Like they had dismissed it or gotten rid of it, but Scotland had not. And so because of weirdness, they absorbed Scotland's trial by combat or trial by champion. Someone demanded it, and I think it had to go up to like the House of Commons or the House of Lords for them to say, no, you demanded that you be allowed to fight to determine who wins this case, but we're not going to allow that. But as far as this goes, as far as Nick's challenge goes, I would be happy to stand in as his champion or as his tag team partner in order to resolve this matter.
Yeah, I think we need to do that. In all honesty, so I've got I want to do a video soon talking about the idea of internet blood sports interfering with the viability of a defamation claim. And this is based on the Trump versus Stormy Daniels defamation lawsuit. So I'm not going to talk too much about it, but there's the long and short of it is there's this idea that if you're engaging in a public dispute, that the level of language that can be used kind of, I don't know if you want to take it as elevates or deteriorates, whatever your perspective is, but you're allowed to a little more leeway because this is public, and one person has to be able to answer the other one. And in America, we've valued the idea that you can insult someone. That's still okay. So that's a coming video. But I think the solution for this is what I talked about with Andy Worski yesterday. Real fights. Like, we could just really fight it out and have people actually resolve their disputes with some sort of organized combat and then monetize it. This is the best idea. It's capitalism at work. You get two people, you get them on a live stream, you get some referee who's got some qualification, and they just find a venue and pound the snot out of each other until one of them taps out like a pansy and the other person laughs and spits at them, and then they get up and hug and go have a drink, and then they live stream their after, care at the hospital or whatever it is. This is great. This is what we need to get. There's no
way this could go wrong. None at all. Might makes right. I'm down for it.
Exactly.
I'm very close to agreeing with this, except for I still want it to be by champion and not by self, because if people can do this themselves, I don't get paid.
Oh, okay.
Sure. If they have to hire a champion, I can step in on their behalf and I can still get paid. If that doesn't happen and people can settle it themselves, I don't have a job anymore.
You're not an attorney?
That's why I like the attorney, because I don't get punched in the face, but I still get to yell at people.
Well, I will say, if you're an attorney who's not at least getting threatened to be punched in the face, you might not be trying hard enough.
Yeah.
But And this is easy to arrange. If you are champion, you just get a cut of the super chats that flood in while you're pounding. Because this is even better. Because if you've got a champion, then the actual creator who's involved in the internet dispute is still live streaming and still inducing super chats in their normal capacity, while their champion is laying the hurt down. I think this is perfect. This is a good system.
I'll take a third of the super chats.
YouTube will take. I'll give you 15%.
I'll negotiate.
I'll take a third of your portion, which I think mathematically is still less than 15%. But I'll do it.
Okay, so Watermelon Platypus says, "Is it 5 homeschooled kids super chat drink?" I do have 5 homeschooled children, although one of them is only 1 year old, so she is not super involved in the homeschooling at this point. But we'll be, we've got to start the rigid reading exercises at 1 year and 2 months. So D's Knots says WYWF, World YouTube Wrestling Foundation. I think this is a good thing. I really do. Like, in all honesty, outside of the comedy of YouTube, my personal beefs with people when I was younger and actually had them. Now I don't really have too many beefs, but they were resolved by physical combat, and it was in controlled environments. We had fight clubs, but after you fought someone, doesn't matter how it turned out, both of you had a little more respect for the other person after you laid some hands on them. There's something to it.
I agree. Imagine a Judge Judy style YouTube show, but instead of Judge Judy, it's just a fight. Like they start yelling at each other, but there's no one to stop them. You let them go. Whoever wins, they get a share of the YouTube stuff, the super chat money, and you move on.
I think so.
Yeah.
Hoosier Highway says, thanks for explaining the law. Now fight me on pay-per-view. Exactly. Yes. But imagine how much better well, I don't know if it would actually do better because pay-per-view is kind of just a hilarious scheme that people still fall for. But imagine how much money they would make on super chatting during UFC. Like,
oh my God.
Especially if a ring girl walked around with like a bunch of super chats over her head.
Yeah.
Constantly.
What's that like Twitch donation thing? Like going Twitch. Yeah. I don't use Twitch, but man, you'd be more than subscription fees.
So let me suggest that one thing that I'm going to do in the near future. I'll announce it, but I will be incorporating Streamlabs donations into this show. So if people don't want to pay YouTube 30%, they can donate through Streamlabs, which goes through PayPal. I get a much bigger cut, and we'll find a way. The only thing I have to do is set it up so that the Streamlabs donations pops up on the screen so people can still see the chats and stuff like that. But I think that's the ultimate solution here. Is that for the YouTube stuff is that we've got to just find alternative ways to fund people because if someone's going to be the fun police, we've got to find a different way to keep the party going. So that's my personal perspective. Internet Tab, thank you so much for $5. You didn't have a message attached, but I love you anyway. And Bagel Goose says first rule, Nick. Yes, first rule. Sorry. I will delete all references to my fight clubs from this video later. Oh, goodness. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, no, real quick. Watermelon platypus. Look,
I like plastipus.
Yeah, look. It's not like I have a degree in words and then a doctorate degree in words, so that should be a thing I should be able to do. We can't tell you what the first rule is because both the first and second rule are that we don't talk about it. Just because I noticed a comment from him.
You broke it. You're out.
Oh, no. Dang it! I've violated. As an attorney, I regularly violate rules. That's obviously the thing that I do professionally. Then come up with subsequent explanations for why I'm not violating them.
That's actually funny because that's what I tell clients who talk to me about tax stuff. And they're like, is this taxable? Is that taxable? And I said, listen. If you want to know what you do, you go to an accountant. If you've done something and someone tells you it's wrong, then you come to me and I will try and fix it for you. That's the difference between a specialist in some sort of field and then an attorney. Is we clean up the messes. The other person helps you not make them.
That is true.
Okay.
We don't. If you're hurt, we can't fix you. If you want to not mess up, we can give you ideas on how maybe not to mess up, or at least who to talk to not to mess up.
It's cheaper to talk to the accountant, though.
Yeah. No. Our job is once you've done the bad thing, or once the bad thing has happened to you, who has to give you money because the bad thing has happened, or at least how to minimize, now that you've done the bad thing, how much money it's going to cost you.
Allegedly bad thing.
Yeah. Oh, obviously.
But no one's going to listen.
No one who has ever spoken to me in my entire career has actually done a bad thing. They've just been falsely accused of doing a bad thing. Obviously.
Right. No, No, but even if they come to the attorney first, they're still not going to listen. They know better until they're sued. And then they're like, how did this happen? And like, I've got emails, but pay my deposit. We'll work on fixing it.
I have a case right now, and literally every time I talk to my client, I'm like, now remember, I told you that this is the longest shot case that I can think of, and we're probably going to lose. So just remember that, because I'm documenting this constantly that I'm telling you that we're probably not going to win. We're going to try, and I have a theory. However, you've got to be prepared for losing because I'm pretty sure
It's going to happen.
It's a thing that I've noticed in moving from the criminal world, the falsely accused criminal world, to the civil world of a bad thing happened to me and now I'm hurt because of it and please compensate me for my injuries, is that people who are falsely accused of doing the bad thing are, and this is maybe more of just an attorney client management thing. Falsely accused criminals, generally speaking, in my experience, tend to be easier to work with, or at least more willing to listen to my advice than people who are the only thing on the table is money. When I say, hey, look, do what I say, or you're probably going to go to jail for a year and a half, they listen to me. When I say, hey, look, this is what we should do, and they say, well, look, no, money, therefore I should get all of it. And I say, hey, look, no, look, it's a sprained ankle. Sprained ankles are not worth, the 8 kicked over sideways to infinity. That's not what a sprained ankle is worth. I'm sorry.
That's a permanent injury. What are you talking about? They're scarring. They're scarring on the ankle.
Of course.
And this is an ankle and foot model. How dare you?
Right. The state of Michigan has decided that it's worth this much, right? Your tibia is fractured. Great. Your shin bone has become 2 separate pieces just below the knee. The state of Michigan says that's $160,000. If you believe it's infinity dollars, that's fine. But if you're not going to listen to me, then why did you hire me in the first place? And it's incredibly frustrating. If just dear people who are listening to this, if you hire an attorney, listen to them. Please, on behalf of your attorney, listen to them. That you're paying them money. They want to help you. Let them do so, please.
So I have a question for you, Josh, because it's something we have a few clients that, well, not a few, but we have different payment structures, and some of them are from contingency or flat fee or kind of alternative arrangements versus a lot of our clients, which are just more hourly rate. And I've found that hourly rate clients are much more open to listening to things versus the ones that don't necessarily have a stake in the game other than I'm going to get paid. And I imagine as a personal injury attorney, the vast majority of your clients aren't paying you out of their pocket. I mean, does that make a difference?
I think that might be it. Because right, as personal injury, most of the client base is on a contingency fee, which for those of you who are not attorneys and may not be familiar with the terminology, contingency fee is we get a fee contingent upon you winning the case, or we get a percentage. Usually, at least in the state of Michigan, if it's an injury case and not a Social Security case and not a workers' comp case, because those 2 areas of law have specific percentages set by law, it's usually 1/3, which is why the common joke is that attorneys, the only math we know is how to divide by 3. I had a judge once explain that joke to me, and I said, "Yes, Judge, I understand." Dividing by 3.
Thank you, Dad.
Really is the only math. Right? Yes. Thanks, Dad. I understand. The only math I know how to do is divide by 3. I've been dividing by 3 for a while, and it's the only math I've done in the last 10 years. But yeah, I think that might be a part of it. Probably a significant part, because back when I used to do criminal defense, it was all hourly, because at least in the state of Michigan, right, they say you can't have result-based. It's got to be something else. And I think that's a part of it, right? And probably a significant part. If you're paying me $30 or $200 or $400 or what. My time has never been worth $400 an hour. I wish it would be, but in the market that I exist in, it's not. I think when someone says, "Oh, look, when I'm talking to this person, it's worth," and when I got out of the business, I was charging $250 an hour. So when they say, "I'm talking to this person," right, I'm going to be charged $250 per hour. I'm going to make sure that I get the most out of this time, and I'm valuing the time that I'm communicating with this attorney, and I'm valuing the incoming advice at $250 per hour, or whatever it is for the attorney based on the area and market and expertise. They see that value. When it's based on a percentage, they don't know how much time is going into the case on one hand, and two, until the thing is resolved, they don't know how much the case is worth. So they don't really
Right.
know, oh, I'm paying this person $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, $100,000, whatever they're paying. And since they don't necessarily have a firm idea of what it is that they're paying, and they all right, so they don't know how much the being paid is, and on the other hand, they don't know how much time is going into it. It's hard for them to assess the time value of it.
Yeah, it's
And
play
that
money.
exactly
It
right.
is.
There's monopoly money out in the universe, and that's going to this person on the other end of the phone, and therefore I either don't necessarily know how much to value their opinion, or in the alternative, I'm going to choose that I know more than them because my injury is worth way more than what they're saying, which is not necessarily accurate. Presumably, when you hire me or any attorney, it's because you think that we know something that you don't.
Right. Okay, so let's wrap up the YouTube thing, and then we'll go to kind of an open question. We're half there. We're half there, and I think the liquor is influencing the lack of structure, and that's okay. That's
I don't
the
know what
design.
you're talking about.
Nope.
I've
Me
never
either.
drank in my life.
No,
I
lawyers
don't even know
drink.
what is an alcohol.
How dare you? How dare you? You three, because I see two of me. I guess there's five of you. No. How dare you guys? You'd be taken much more seriously as lawyers if you didn't drink. I've seen that comment on like 25 of my videos, that I'd be taken more seriously if I didn't drink, and I'm like, oh god, I got to drink again. Okay, so
My clients don't care. They care about winning.
yeah, my
basically.
clients like to share scotch with me after we win.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, so let me wrap up the YouTube thing this way. The current YouTube terms of service for super chats, and I'll read it real quick because it's pretty short. Super chat is a new way for fans and creators to interact during live chat. Fans can purchase super chats to highlight their messages within the chat. So that's the product that you're buying with a super chat, to highlight your messages within chat. Period. That's the statement from YouTube. Super chats stand out from other messages in two ways. Your super chat is highlighted with a color. Your super chat stays pinned in the ticker for a set period of time depending on the amount selected. The color of your super chat, the period of time it stays pinned to the ticker, and the maximum message length are determined by the amount of your purchase. Note, please see system requirements and availability for supported browsers and applications. The next section is make a purchase. You can make a purchase from YouTube or YouTube Gaming on your computer or in the mobile app. Creator revenue may vary due to Apple's service fees, sales tax, or other charges. And in my opinion, that's the only line that would allow them to take anything, and I don't think it's currently sufficient. But we'll go on. Note, your super chat message, channel icon, and purchase amount are visible to the public. So then as the options to make a purchase, the instructions, I'm not going to read that. It's 6 steps. When the transaction is complete, your public super chat will be sent to all viewers in the chat. A receipt will be emailed to you as a record of the purchase. So that, to me, is a warranty of merchantability, I guess, on what is going on there. Like, they're saying, if you pay for this, your super chat will be sent to all viewers in the chat, and it will be highlighted. Those are 2 promises within this term of service at the current motion or current place. Super Chat voluntary payments are non-refundable. Please see YouTube's refund policies for more information. If you're having trouble or questions about the payment, contact our support team. If you notice an unauthorized Super Chat charge on your account, please contact our support team to request a refund. Once the Super Chat is purchased, a countdown ticker displays the remaining time for which your Super Chat will be pinned in the ticker. The creator may end the chat before your time in the ticker is completed. Super Chats do not transfer between videos. If you have trouble with a payment, you can contact the YouTube support team. Remember, Super Chats are for your personal interaction with their creator. For more information, please refer to YouTube's policies on paid promotions and your disclosure obligations. So then there's like chat moderation. All chat messages, including Super Chats, are subject to moderation. Moderated Super Chats will become anonymized. The username and avatar are removed, and the message content is removed. If applicable, the corresponding message in the ticker will become anonymized. You may remove your own Super Chat messages by selecting Remove from the menu. Removing your own message does not cause a refund. If you have concerns about moderated Super Chat, you can contact the YouTube support team or check our return policy. Now, importantly, YouTube Super Chat moderation is available from moderators of the chat. It's not automatically done at this current point. But that may give them enough shelter. So what you were saying earlier, Stephen, is that there is contractual language that some slave at Google can come up with to make this stick. And I agree, there is something. Personally, reading through that, I don't think that there's enough currently in there, although I haven't read the other sections at this point. Okay, it's nothing about... I just looked at the paid product thing, and that was an absolute joke. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no. I'm agreeing with you. I read through, when you brought this up, I read through all of the YouTube terms of service, whether it's paid, including the YouTube TV, and nothing that they have really fits into this idea that we can just take your money, whether you like it or not, and not give you the service that we told you we would be providing. They would have to make changes, but I could think of changes. I'm sure the $1,000 an hour attorneys that Google hires could think of changes to their contractual language that makes this okay. I mean, whether they should or not, I mean, it's a different question, but I could think of contractual language easily.
And that's I think the point is that at present, it's important to remember that this change may have very briefly been in effect, but it is not ultimately in effect. Oh, I just remembered, good Lord, the liquor is the devil. I just remembered the other theory. Let me finish this and then I'll go back to that real quick. There is some contractual language that they could draft and they could implement this, and there'd be basically no way around it, because at the end of the day, YouTube is providing the hosting platform for this, and if you want to use their payment processor, that's what you're going to be stuck with. You're going to be stuck with their terms of service because you don't have the option to negotiate, and because even though courts disfavor adhesion contracts, they really, really love them, and they want to suckle on them all day because judges are duplicitous dirtbags. I didn't say that.
That's categorically false, and you never said that in the first place. I don't know what you're talking about.
Correct. Yeah, I don't know why Mark Zaid would say that. I was just quoting him. So there's that. So let me finish these super chats because there's a couple more, and I don't want them to get moderated. And then I've got my final theory, and then we'll go to kind of an open question until either you guys are just done with me or you fall over intoxicated, one of the two. Lydia Shewitt says, I'll give the rest of the money later. She gave $2.99. Earlier in the chat, she asked if she had to provide $250 an hour of super chat money, and I replied, yes, she absolutely does.
Yes.
100%.
I concur with that 100%.
Watermelon Platypus says, F Mark Wade, swearing test failed. Mark Wade does seem to be a giant turd. Yeah.
He does seem to be like, I don't have words for it. Like, I don't want to disrespect another member of the bar association.
No. Mark Wade, the comic creator. Not Mark Zaid.
No,
it is confusing.
Yeah. It's. I would really like a dear anyone in the universe who has a very, very, very close name to my last name, except for like a single letter off. If you want to hire me and pay me a big, huge pile of money and get a GoFundMe going to pay for the big, huge pile of money that you want to pay me, because apparently I decide that I can't lower my fees or do a thing pro bono, right? Which is a thing that, at least in the state of Michigan, the Michigan Bar Association suggests, it does not require, suggests that you do work for the improvement of the profession of law or for the advancement of, the good, whatever you want to interpret that as, in your free time, up to a certain percentage of your time. That'd be great. If you want to generate a GoFundMe to support a cause of a person who has a very, very close last name to mine, which I don't know of any, because Critchett is strange and British and
Zgritchett.
I guess Pritchett.
Zritchett.
If you know any Pritchetts with a P, and they want to hire me to pay me a ridiculous sum of money, I'd be happy to help them out. But I lost my train of thought.
That's okay. I think we got it.
Have you tried drinking? It helps.
Oh, hold on. Let me try that.
Okay, so in the meanwhile, I missed a super chat, and every time he super chats, I seriously miss it. So I'm blaming YouTube for this. They're racist against him, and we should sue them. This is from The Diggus. He says, fighters get paid per punch landed, incentivizing fighters to play with their prey. Also remember that Yui Bowl exists, and greetings from Germany. Yeah, I think definitely a per punch fighting is very important.
I swear.
Oh, go ahead.
Nick, you have the fame to do this. If you were to be, Judge Nick, but at the end, you do your thing just like Judge Judy, but instead of going to commercial while she contemplates what she's ruling, you just bring out a ring and let them fight it out. Billionaire idea.
I do like, as a non-joke, I do think that we need to have an internet people's court for internet drama and judge rackets. I am the law. I think needs to happen, and I'm gonna see if we can start arranging that with anytime YouTube creators are having beef and need to publicly air it, but not in the way of an internet blood sports, but in the way of a people's court. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it.
I was thinking more Asterios and that guy from the Donald.
Yes.
What I wanted to see that like every week with you hosting.
Yeah, I want to do that too. If I could host semi-pro fights, yeah, we would do that. Although I'd have to have some caveat that I could come in there and finish off one of them if they were just failing. Okay, so Watermelon Platypus says Mark Zaid is our greatest ally in bilking Mark Wade. That is probably true. But, I don't want Mark Zaid to get any money. I'm not a big fan of him right now. If you guys didn't see it, Mark Zaid refused to disavow, and I hate to use that terminology, what I would consider what many people would consider a death threat against me. So I thought that was a little bit rude that he was okay with that as a fellow officer of the court. Little bit shameful, Mark Zaid, you ugly little weaselly man. Watermelon Platypus says Judge Nick. Yes, Judge Nick. No, don't judge Nick. Don't judge Nick as a verb. Judge Nick is the noun.
Well,
but anyway, go ahead.
If I can interject for just a real quick second. First, Watermelon Platypus, I may have said your name wrong at some point. There's, again, right? We're at the status that we're at on this thing.
That's going down every time you show it.
Yeah, I know. I don't feel bad about that. I don't apologize. But if I said your name wrong, I do apologize. And also, there was a person, Marsupial Gamer, who said a thing at me specifically. If you were to be, because you said something about what if my real name is Grand Admiral Z, it really should be Grand Admiral G, because gamer is in your online handle, and G sounds like C. If you were that, then that would count.
Plus,
But
there's
Z
ain't nothing
is
but a
not close
G
enough.
thing could be your theme music.
Exactly.
Okay, let's summary of the YouTube thing. Currently against their own terms of service, probably will be a term of service update that accompanies the eventual rollout of their AI bot, and we will at that point be looking to provide alternative funding methods for super offensive things. For now, it will be Streamlabs, and I will get that set up in the banner so people can find it. If you want to say something super offensive, you can just go straight through Streamlabs. Or if you just want to super chat and not give YouTube money, which I'm perfectly okay with, you could do that. Once they decide their terms of service does not include Streamlabs, I will have a person at the top of the progressive stack totem pole. They will be like a black, Laotian, lesbian, trans, minor attracted person will stand over my shoulder, and we will set up a thing where you send money to them by PayPal and then send them a text message and they read it. If that's what we have to do to get proper super chats, we will get an unassailable party with all of the passes we can think of, and they will stand literally over me and read out whatever you text to them.
I'd watch that more.
I would absolutely watch that. Although if I can add to Nick's thing, it would be a female to male trans. I think statistically speaking, that is the less common version. Although if I am wrong, I am sorry. I don't measure the statistics and keep up to them regularly.
You're clearly not measuring other things too, if you don't know.
What even is a measurement? I don't know. It's almost where I live. It's almost 3 a.m, which means that numbers don't exist anymore.
Right. Neither do inches. Okay. So
tell that to my wife.
Well, as a lawyer, I was going to say this joke earlier. When you were talking about, the person paying you. You got to say, well, my calculator doesn't do decimals, buddy, so I only bill in whole hours. But as in a similar vein, my ruler doesn't have inches on it, so we only measure in feet. And we don't round down around here.
No, okay. Obviously we have to round up.
Okay, so here's the we're transitioning now, so we're moving up the progressive stack. We are transitioning to an open legal question chat for a little bit. I'm going to say we have budgeted about 15 minutes left, and however long Steven and Josh want to stay, they are welcome to, but I don't want to pressure them because it is getting late for all of us. And it's the weekend. So what we're going to do is wake up and start drinking again to forget that we were attorneys for a week. And I don't want to keep anybody from waking up and drinking on time. So I'm going to open up the questions, though, because I have a DM question, and this question will be directed to Mr. Burch.
Oh.
If you're okay with that.
I
won't say who this person is by name, but this is a comic creator, and they have a potential legal issue with a title to the comic. They want to call it Dirk Danger and the Space Rangers. But both names in the title have been used for other properties, and so they're wondering if that would be a problem. Now, my thinking is they're probably okay so long as there isn't an actual other comic called Dirk Danger and the Space Rangers. But Space Rangers is a pretty common theme or term in the sci-fi universe. Dirk Danger is, I've heard the term, but it's just you can actually reuse names of characters so long as you're not poaching the idea of the character, if I'm not mistaken. But you are probably better qualified to field that question.
Yeah. But first, I just want to address all these comments about me being bald. Have you not watched Married with Children? Here's for women. We have hats now. But
Hey, wait a minute. This is a hat.
As to the actual question, I mean, you're 100% right. There's details, and I would need to know details, but artistic works, you have a lot of leeway, and unless you're 100% just ripping off, stealing, or causing a massive likelihood of confusion, you're probably okay. But again, I would check. One of the things that I always I tell clients, they come in and they have these ideas, and their idea is 100% there's something famous I want to try to take from their goodwill. And the point I tell them is, even if you win eventually, how much did you spend in attorney's fees? How much risk did you build into your new business? Come up with something new. There's lots of room out there for new things. So they're probably right. They probably have the right to do what they're doing, but take a step back, think about why you want to do what you're doing, and if it just happens to be a coincidence that the names coincide, move forward. But if your goal is to try to steal someone else's goodwill, maybe think about something else.
But I will say that Dirk Danger and the Space Rangers is probably less in danger of a copyright claim than Superman and the Justice League.
100%.
So, you do have to make a balancing test. One thing about copyright, guys, is there is no definitive answer. So if you're asking a person, I mean, there may be a definitive answer on some things, but generally speaking, like if you go to a copyright attorney, you ask them about fair use, they're going to give you a set of conditions that the court will look at, and they cannot tell you if it's fair use or not, because if you get a judge that like loves the original property, then it's not going to be fair use, no matter how many handies you give the judge under the bench. It's just, that's the way it goes. It's highly subjective. It's a 4-part,
very subjective,
or it's like a 13-part test, right? Overall for fair use, something like that. It's a bunch of, there are a bunch of different factors that they can use, but they don't really have to use any of them.
And the reality is you convince a judge that this is okay or not, and then they use the factors to justify their end. Because it's so subjective that you either tell them this is okay and they buy into it and they use the factors to do that, or they don't buy into it and they use the factors to say it's not fair use. The analysis is useless at some point.
So the ultimate question, or the ultimate answer to the question is, really, like, you do a risk versus reward assessment on the title that you've got, on the characters that you've got. Dirk Danger and the Space Rangers, there's an obvious rhyme scheme to it. There's some alliteration in there. It's a compelling sort of title. It harkens to several different properties, like people are going to get the Boogie Nights with Dirk Diggler and stuff like that. It's going to invoke some different things. So it depends on what you're doing in your comic, if that's the right name. I can certainly see why it's picked. The properties that might exist with Dirk Diggler, someone said or Dirk Danger, there are a couple, they said they've seen a few Dirk Dangers out there. Absolutely, I'm sure that property does exist somewhere. They're not prominent properties, and the more prominent the property and the more litigious the owner of that property is, that's going to factor into your risk assessment. I mean, if you want a real answer on that, you should probably spend some time and money with an IP attorney to kind of really like look at what's registered out there as far as copyrights, look and make sure your characters aren't infringing on that. But people happenstance name the same thing all the time, and they do so with knowledge that the other name exists all the time and don't get sued as well. It depends on a lot of factors. So if you want an ultimate,
Exactly.
yeah, sorry, yeah, you can.
Oh
you
no.
can-
Oh no. I was just agreeing with you. I mean, think of if you're worrying about a name, think of the number of songs you know that have the same name. I mean, there's lots of them, and there's no intellectual property issues. But you know, if you're going to go up against Disney versus, are you going to go up against some independent creator? You know, that makes a difference in your evaluation. I mean, how litigious is the person that you're coming close to?
Yeah, Matt
You know?
Fury, you pansy. Sorry.
Well,
Exactly.
I think the thing we can all agree on this is if you're creating intellectual property, you should certainly consult an attorney and pay them money to determine
Yes.
if, or give you some type
Hourly.
of advice as to, hourly. I think, having been on both the hourly and the contingency side, you're more likely to listen if they're on the hourly side. If you're on the contingency side, you should listen as though you're paying them hourly because you're still paying them, as though they know something that you don't, and that's why you hired them in the first place, whether or not it's something you should do.
Yes. And speaking of hiring attorneys, I've got to address two very, very wonderful super chats from Watermelon Platypus. The first one is thanks for the stream, love Comicsgate for $20. And then a second massive one, $100 that says love Comicsgate. And I will take that in the most charitable way. And I will say that that is a command from Watermelon Platypus to all of you to love Comicsgate. And I agree and fully endorse it. And thank you so much, sir, for that super chat. That is, or for both of those super chats and your previous ones, of course. I really do appreciate that. And honestly, guys, do support your Comicsgate creators because as a separate aside topic, we've got to get rid of old media practices. They've got to go. If you want to build the wall for no other reason than to throw every media gatekeeper over it, I will 100% support it. And I will beat anyone physically who does not support that. We've got to get rid of all gatekeeping. We have the power to bypass these giant vaginas like Mark Wade and Mark Zaid and Eric Larson and all of these people who really exploit talent and underpay the talent for their efforts. And we've got to stop it. We have the tools, we have the technology, and it costs less than $6 million for us, at least. So let's use it. Absolutely love Comicsgate. Again, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. But
there was also, just if I
Yes.
can intercede for just one.
No,
very, very
you
quick second.
can't. You can't intercede. No, I'm just kidding. Go for it.
Dang it, Nick! I really wanted to intercede. There was a super chat from Watermelon Platypus. This is something to the effect of, and I believe it's a reference to, what's that show where they with Walter White?
Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad. Thank you. It said "Say My Name." I believe it said "Say My Name" or words to that effect.
I missed that one. Watermelon Platypus. Say
Right.
my name.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
And so and I believe that was directed at me because I wasn't sure on the name, but I'm going to look straight into my camera. Watermelon Platypus. Watermelon Platypus. Watermelon Platypus.
Oh.
Never been more turned on.
Now
That's the first time that's ever been said to me in my life.
Now-
Thank you, Mr. Burch.
I demand you to say, I am the one who knocks.
I am the one who knocks, Nick.
That
I
was-
don't know what to talk about. I'm the only one who knocks.
Speaking of which, I was watching an episode of Walker, Texas Ranger the other day, and there's
Yeah,
this.
that's real. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
I was over at my in-laws, and they just have Walker on all the time because that's we're in rural Minnesota, and that's how life works.
Upon you.
So there's this,
Anything you do will surely see.
there's this city, the sinister man walking around, like looking at people like this, like, and taking notes on a little notepad. And I'm looking at this guy. I'm like, this guy is really familiar. And it was Mike from Breaking Bad. It was Mike, Mike.
Really?
Yeah, except he was like 35 years younger. He looked like he hadn't been through a war and lost 2 sons at that point. I don't know if he has, but that's how he looks now. It was great. I was like, wow, Mike was young once. Mike wasn't just born 70 years old and grizzled. Okay, so this is the point where I will open up the questions to the chat for if you have a legal question. And this is the launch pad to a themed show that I would like to do where I rotate in lawyers from all over the country and all different kinds of practices. My first invite will be Mark Zaid, and that will be on laws resulting around cuckoldry and defense of cuckoldry. I think Mark Zaid might be an expert on cuckoldry, but he will be the first invitee.
Which, of course, is an opinion and not a statement of fact, and therefore not legally actionable.
I said,
Right.
I think he's
No,
an expert
exactly.
on cuckoldry.
No, he just knows about it because he's a good attorney. It's why you would get Landau in here if you had questions about DUIs.
Right,
He's just a
he's-
good attorney, right?
That man
I mean,
is so
okay.
good at DUIs that he found out firsthand what the system does.
For real, I remember, Nick, when you did a stream about that, and I remember, I don't know if it was on Twitter directly or in a DM or something, but I specified that the area where those DMs, or not where those DMs, where those convictions occurred, which is the 48th District Court in Michigan, which services
These are the Landau DUI convictions.
exactly. Bloomfield, the Bloomfields, and certain other areas in the state of Michigan has 2 judges. There are 3 judges in that court. 2 of those judges, basically, if you are accused of a DUI, you go to jail, period, no matter what you resolve the case as. Even if you plead to something less than a DUI, they still send you to jail. So anybody who's an attorney who has any dealings in those court, who has anything to do with anything criminal, not that anybody should be committing crimes in the first place, right? Nobody should drunk drive. Please, I beg you, if you're watching the stream, don't drive drunk.
If you do, don't get pulled over.
Right. For step 1, don't commit any crimes. Step 2, if you're going to be bad, be good at it, and don't get caught. Because really, that's the only thing that anybody's ever got in trouble for is getting caught while doing a crime. So step 1, don't commit any crimes. Step 2, don't get caught doing any crimes. Step 3, if you're going to ignore my advice and commit a crime in the first place, don't commit the crime of drunk driving in the jurisdiction of the 48th District Court in the state of Michigan. Because 2 out of the 3 judges, essentially, you will go to jail. Anybody who's an attorney who does any type of criminal work at all should know that. And again, not that you should be committing crimes in the first place, but if you're going to commit crimes anyway, right? If you're an attorney and you're going to choose to derelict your duties and commit crimes in violation of those laws of the state of whatever state you're in, and go ahead and do illegal things in the first place, you should certainly avoid places where you know or should know that your crimes will merit, let's say, automatic jail time, which is places like if you're going to choose to be stupid and commit the crime of drunk driving, which, of course, none of the gentlemen on this stream are doing because we're all at home and drinking.
And all the audience just pulled over just now.
Yeah, please. If you are in the audience and you're in the state of Michigan, please don't drive drunk.
Yeah,
I implore you to not drive drunk. And if you're going to ignore my advice at stage 1 and you're going to commit a crime, even though I'm specifically telling you, please don't commit any crimes. Please don't commit those crimes in the jurisdiction of the 48th District Court, because they carry significant penalties. And apparently, certain attorneys choose to drive drunk within the jurisdiction of the 48th District Court. And that's a very, very poor decision, considering the known penalties that tend to follow from being convicted of certain crimes involving drinking and then getting in a car and driving that car and endangering the safety and health and lives of the public within the 48th District Court. The judges tend to look very, very bad on that, and you should know better, especially if you're an attorney who does any work in Oakland County.
Landau, you freaking dummy! What were you doing? You know better, you stupid dummy! Why were you driving drunk trying to kill people, you moron?
I'm not even kidding.
I'm gonna. Oh, go ahead.
There are attorneys that I know who have done drunk driving cases in the 40th District Court. And I'm not going to name names because it's not my business to be doing so. But every attorney that I have had personal specific talkings of the details with, when they do drunk driving cases in the 48th District Court, they specify in their retainer agreement that you are probably going to go to jail. We will try to do what we can to minimize this. We will probably, we'll try to get you, if you don't want to go to trial, if we can work this out possibly. But even if we get this worked out, even if we reduce this to something like a visually impaired or something that's not a drunk driving offense, you're probably going to go to jail based on the way that the judges in this particular courthouse handled this case. You're probably just going to go to jail. As an attorney, you should know how this courthouse handles these kinds of cases, right? This is a serious kind of case. These judges take this kind of case very seriously. You should not commit crimes in the first place. If you're an attorney, you should specifically try not to commit these kinds of crimes within the jurisdiction of this particular courthouse. I really can't understand it. I really can't understand it.
Yeah.
Like, you shouldn't commit crimes, and if you're going to do it, which I tell you specifically you shouldn't do, you should at least be smart about the thing you do, which is, like, I really can't understand it.
So I'm not a criminal defense attorney. I don't know the details, but I want to ask both of you, have you guys heard of emergency whiskey as a defense to a DUI?
No.
I have not.
Okay. So what I've heard,
I want to hear about this immediately.
What I've heard, and I'd like your opinion on this, is that you should keep a bottle of whiskey in your glove compartment, and should you get pulled over, while drunk, you should throw your keys out the window and just start drinking your emergency whiskey. I don't know that I have the willpower to keep extra whiskey around my house, but let alone my car. But what's the viability of that kind of defense?
Let me answer from Minnesota. It will not work. The statute in Minnesota for DUI reads, does the operator of a motor vehicle have a 0.08% blood alcohol content or higher within 2 hours of driving? Literally, that means that under some weird circumstance, you could drive a car, park, get out of the car, pound down a bunch of whiskey, and have a 0.08 within 2 hours of driving, even though you're no longer operating the motor vehicle. Now, I don't think that you could actually, I don't think you would actually get convicted under those circumstances, but under the statute you can. So if a police officer pulls you over while you're operating a motor vehicle, suddenly he sees your keys fly out the window, which is a bad idea anyway, to have anything fly out a window while an officer is approaching your car. You might get shot if you do that. So it's strongly not recommended, especially at night. They won't know what metallic objects are flying out of your window. Maybe they think you're a ninja with shurikens. So don't do that. But then you start picking up and chugging whiskey while sitting in the driver's seat. And I've seen some people suggest that you get out of your car. No, if you're ever pulled over by a police officer and you think what I should do while they're walking up to me with a gun is that I should open my door and get out. No, you will die, especially if you're black. Don't do that. You'll die twice.
Fact.
This is bad advice. Bad advice.
Okay.
The reasoning is kind of like it's novelly cute and maybe well reasoned. However, the statute in Minnesota will have you guilty if you drink that much whiskey, and then they'll arrest you. I promise. If you're pounding a bottle of whiskey anywhere near your car, they will arrest you, and they will have probable cause to do so. They will just wait an hour and 45 minutes to have you take the intoxilizer, and you will blow a very high amount, and it will go very poorly for you in court. You will likely be at a felony level if you live through the initial encounter. So don't do that.
So I can drink the whiskey in my glove compartment.
No, don't do that at all.
Well, I can drink it now. I
yeah,
don't
you
have
can
to
drink
wait
it
till I
now.
get pulled over.
Yeah. In Michigan, right, we say 0.08 is the legal limit. We have a statute that if you're double that times 2, you count as super drunk, which kind of sounds cool, right? Like you're a superhero of drunk people, which is bad. Don't do that. Don't be times 2 the legal limit, because that makes it even worse. Having booze anywhere near your vehicle is bad. In the state of Michigan, if you have a container of alcohol that is not properly sealed, you have an open container of alcohol. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce words.
Are you super drunk right now? Are you at
I don't
0.16?
I don't
He's
have
trapessing
in my house.
Trapessing through these words.
Right. There was a person earlier who said, and I don't remember who said it. They tweeted it, or they in the chat at me specifically. Tongues, how do they work? Mine does not. I have multiple degrees in words. I don't know how words work. Zephael said at me specifically, super chat drink, but not for me. But I'm doing it anyway because I'm in my house where I can't hurt people, and I don't drink regularly.
He says this, but his fortified basement is actually, he has to drive to get upstairs.
Yeah. It's bumper cars to get up the staircase to my car. And if I can't pass the breathalyzer test, it doesn't let me even out of the basement to even approach my car. So that I never break Michigan law, because violating the law would be bad. Do not have an unsealed container of alcohol in your vehicle in the state of Michigan, because that is a crime, and they will charge you with it. And at least if you're in the tri-state area, they would be happy to charge you with it. And if you're in the city of Utica specifically, because I've done a lot of, again, I was one of the public defenders for Shelby Township, Utica, and Harrison Township, not Harrison Township.
Sorry. Braille
Michigan has these.
No.
Michigan does this weird thing where, like, some cities have their own district court, and some district courts service multiple cities at the same time. So I'm thinking of Harrison, but Harrison Township is actually in with Macomb, or no?
No, I'm laughing at something completely different.
Okay.
Braille Hologram says, make sure to fire off every round in your magazine so the police know you're not a threat. Can't shoot them without a loaded gun.
Make sure it's the magazine, not the clip, because there's a specific difference between clip and magazine that apparently is a very, very important thing if you're a gun person.
Yes.
Clips are what you use to load the gun or to load the magazine. The magazine is what actually holds the bullets.
We're getting very, very botanic here.
Hold on. Okay, I got to wrangle this stream in because we do have a question that I want to get to. There's a couple chats I'll read, and then I'll get to the question real quick, because it's actually kind of an interesting one that I think we can discuss. So real quick, Hoosier Highway says this super chat cost me a copy of Savage Dragon #1. That was $2. Whoa! Shots fired at Eric Larson. Only rubber bullets though, because he's clearly a pansy liberal. And that's not saying all liberals are pansies. He's clearly a pansy / liberal who would not approve of regular bullets, only rubber bullets. Brad Noble says, thanks. My erection is now gone forever, Ginger. I think that's directed at you, Josh.
The bald guy's definitely not the ginger.
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
Watermelon platypus
Wait,
for $2 more.
do I count as a ginger? Because like
I think so.
I'm only 1/8 Irish, and I would totally be down with also being considered a ginger, on top of being considered a German person, because German doesn't help you at all, right? Like,
well, it depends. What Germans help themselves to a lot of portions of France and Poland for a while.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, I'm going to take
Sometimes
over
you
the
need to.
entire stream immediately and everything else.
I am Polish, so I guess I should take this hostilely.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
very
taking half of your
blitzkrieg-y.
stream, Rackets. The other half of your stream I'm handing it over to Germany, or not to Germany, to Russia and Stalin, but I'm taking this half all for myself.
Hold on. Watermelon Platypus says for an additional $2. Oh boy, I'm not sure I can afford this bagel goose. And then Baked Brie says, great show, guys. Glad I caught one of these live. I'm glad you caught one of these live too. Thank you for coming and for chatting. And now we have the question. Giuseppe Balsamo, which is a very Italian name, and I'm sure I butchered it. Says
I think it would be Giuseppe.
Maybe. What do I? You think
if
they're
I had to
Italians?
guess.
You think they're Italians in Minnesota? It's way too cold for that. He says, on abortion, can it be shown that men have a role in the decision since men are legally obligated to provide alimony and other damages? Show the man has a legal role in that decision. Does one of you want to field that, or should I field it? Because I have an answer. To that.
My answer is, I mean, agree with it or not, abortion is based off of privacy rights of the woman. Yes. and her autonomy as a woman. And I think, based off of that, who gives a shit what the man thinks? I mean, and I, it's weird as a man, but I do get it. I couldn't imagine someone telling me what I could or couldn't do with my body. I get angry when people tell me I can't drive drunk. I mean, it pisses me off.
Burch,
I couldn't imagine.
You can't drive drunk, my friend. Don't do it.
But I do get that idea. When you talk about abortion, I'm not a fan. I'm not a, I don't agree with it personally. But the legal standing for it is a woman has a right, a privacy right and an autonomy right in her own body. And so I don't think, my personal opinion is I don't think it matters about the guy at all and whether he has to pay child support in the future or anything like that.
Yeah, under the legal standard that was started with Roe versus Wade and continued with Planned Parenthood versus Casey, the way they view abortion rights is less about the abortion and more that there are two competing interests that are being balanced in the question. And those competing interests are, first, the privacy right in the mother over her medical decisions and discussions with a doctor, with any doctor, for whatever reason. And second, the state's interest in protecting a potential citizen, which is not regarded under this particular set. It's only regarded as a actual life under property law in a weird way, but as a potential life or a potentiality of citizen in an unborn child. So the question is, where do those two things trade off? Where do the interests of the mother in her privacy trade off with the state's interest in protecting a future citizen? And the current status is from a 1992 ruling called Planned Parenthood versus Casey, and it is at something called fetal viability, which on balance is recognized as roughly 24 weeks of gestation. That a woman has to have access, or should I say, a woman has to have privacy in a growing fetus, and her discussions and actions with her doctor around that fetus up until fetal viability, legally recognized currently at 24 weeks of gestation. Although we will see courts, we have seen states pushing that down, North Dakota being one of them. I think Kansas or Oklahoma being another one, are trying to push that 24-week window down, but that is the fetal viability standard. So after 24 weeks, a state interest in protecting the life of an unborn child does take over the mother's property or privacy right. And then at that point, a state is allowed, not required, but allowed to regulate those discussions and the actions that follow. So it's currently 24 weeks, but it has nothing to do with the father. Maybe it should because a mother technically has the right to terminate an infant against the will of a father, whereas a father has no right to terminate a pregnancy without the consent of the mother. Maybe it should be that, but based on how the law has evolved, there is no path to that at current point. It would have to be legislated, and then believe me, that would be challenged immediately.
Oh yeah.
And viciously. So that is hopefully an answer to your question on that. But it is a not fair system for men. Absolutely.
If I could chime in for just a second.
Yeah.
Please do.
One, I appreciate that you point out Planned Parenthood versus Casey.
From my
right?
state,
Because,
by the way, from the cuckery capital of the world that is Minnesota.
Right. Well, interestingly enough, Wayne State. I'm gonna rep it here for just a second. My con law professor was the professor. Like when he was back as an attorney, he had I think it was Kentucky equivalent of Roe v. Wade, but just Roe v. Wade from Texas made it to the Supreme Court before he made it from Kentucky. One, I'm glad that you point out that it's Planned Parenthood v. Casey that is essentially the controlling law at this point, as opposed to Roe v. Wade.
And we probably don't want to overturn Roe v. Wade because of the privacy interest that was created. Like, in all honesty, it's a good privacy interest that's created under the 9th Amendment, even if you disagree with it being applied to abortion and say that the balancing test shouldn't work that way, that's fine. But overturning Roe v. Wade would actually potentially make things like HIPAA put them on the chopping block, because you would not have a privacy interest in your medical decisions recognized by the Supreme Court if you overturn Roe v. Wade. So sorry to interrupt, but that's
I like that you went there. And the other thing is because and again, I'm maybe a little bit weird about this.
I thought you were going to say maybe a little bit intoxicated.
No,
I'm running on empty over here, my friends, which is fine because I'm in my house. When I'm done on this stream, I'm going to go sleep until I am completely freed of my system from booze. So it doesn't matter. Right. But the thing that kind of bothers me, and I'm not even sure if I have a legal basis for this, but so there are many states that allow for, let's say, abortion, which is fine, right? That's according to the federal government and many states, right? It's a woman's issue. That's absolutely fine. There are many states that allow for you to put a child up for adoption, you don't have to notify the father, even if you know specifically who the father is. And that's a thing that kind of bothers me, because if let's say, again, I have a wife who's directly upstairs. I would know if she had any children because she's my wife.
Good thing.
Right up here.
I haven't
I would-
seen her in 12 months.
Right.
Who knows
If
what
my
happened?
wife disappeared for the better part of a year, I would start asking questions. But if
But you wouldn't ask him to the police because lawyers don't talk to cops.
Right.
okay,
Hey,
as a person who used
be
to do business with
concerned, but you
never
wouldn't ask them
ever
why.
speak to the police. My rule for people that I spoke to or clients was this: you have to be able to answer the following question: what's in it for me? If you cannot answer that question sufficiently for my purposes, do not speak to the police. You have to be getting something out of it, and you have to weigh what you're getting out of speaking to the police versus what the police are getting out of you speaking to the police, right? When they call you up and say, "Hey, Bob, we believe entirely that you did not commit any crimes. We just want to talk to you to confirm that." The police, even if, let's give them every benefit of the doubt, they're just really trying to do the best thing. As a matter of employment, every police officer in the United States is employed as a police officer, and they have certain performance metrics, which means their job is to get a certain number of convictions. I had back when I was in college, I had a seminar with a federal prosecutor, right? And we spoke with members of the ATF and FBI and ATF and CIA. Maybe not CIA, but
CIA doesn't exist. Fake
yeah,
news.
they don't exist. Well,
They don't operate inside the U.S.
Secret
so we don't
Service,
need to talk
that's
to
the
them.
one. Right. But like they have certain performance metrics, right? They're supposed to do a certain number of wiretaps and get convictions and get this and this and the other. And so even if you don't accept the existence of quotas, which like for traffic, they don't need to exist, right? If I'm a police officer, whether I get a promotion, whether I get a raise, whether I get whatever, is based on my performance metrics. Part of my performance metrics, if I'm a patrol officer, is issuing citations. If Bob in the office next door to me is in the last month has issued 176 citations and I've issued none, he's more likely to get a raise. He's more likely to get a promotion than I am if I'm not doing anything at all, right? If they're paying me to be on the road and I'm not doing anything. So there are performance reasons why I might issue citations and whatever. The police's job is to convict you of things or get you to confess to things or to charge you with things. That's their job. And I don't hold it against them. They're good at what they do, but their job is to prove that people did a thing, not to prove that people didn't do a thing. And so you shouldn't be in the business of inherently trusting them. And I lost my train of thought.
That's fine. I think
That's
you said what every lawyer is always thinking. Like seriously, just don't talk to them.
Don't talk to them.
Fuck the police.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Coming straight from the underground.
Right. That's what it was. Unless you can answer the
Sorry, I
question, what's in
forgot
it for me?
No, good.
If, let's say you're the victim of a crime, that's what's in it for you, right? Getting the person who victimized you, getting the person who committed the crime convicted. That's what's in it for you. But unless you can answer the question, what's in it for me? Don't talk to them. Because their job is to get somebody for something. And it's not because they're bad people. It's because they have to do their job. And their job is to convict people. Their job is to charge people with things. Their job is to issue citations. Their job is to arrest people. And right, wrong, or indifferent, their job is to do those things. And your job as a human being and a citizen is to protect yourself from everyone, including the police, unless there is a compelling reason for you to speak to them.
Don't be a status bootleg.
Yeah.
All right. So real quick, Watermelon Platypus says, I'm daring $300 Bagel Goose. That was in reference to, I think he was challenging Bagel Goose to up the donation level. But that is his challenge, not mine. Although I certainly would not argue. Watermelon Platypus then says, can I beat my children in the privacy of my own home? No, you cannot.
No.
Let me give you legal advice.
Wait, hold on.
Legal advice. Don't ever hit your children. Janker asked me, can I do a recap on who is here? Who is here is me, Rekieta Law, lawyer in Minnesota. I primarily do criminal defense and business formation, contract drafting, and review. The bald guy, as has been lovingly pointed out by the audience, is Stephen Burch, a Florida attorney who focuses on intellectual property law, although does some other stuff as well. Because as lawyers, we all do a little bit of other stuff if it's interesting to us. And then Josh, whose last name I cannot remember because of the whiskey. He is a criminal defense attorney was a criminal defense attorney in the state of Michigan and is now a personal injury attorney. So he is an expert in tort law, just like Mark Zaid, and he can solve all of your abusive Comics Gate needs in the state of Michigan. And so finally, after recapping that, Watermelon Platypus says Mark Wade has no wife, children, or retirement for a reason. And I'm sure the reason is because he's a giant pile of garbage. And piles of trash, that case has not come before the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court has not ruled that piles of trash have an inherent right to marriage, although I'm sure you could get a ballot measure in California that would start us down the road to getting the piles of trash rights to marry and forced to bake cakes to put in piles of trash as well. But we do need some regulation on cakes, I think, because if we do not regulate cakes, Tess Holliday will eat all of them. And she has a gravitational pull that will take the cake out of your hand and straight into Tess Holliday's gullet while she laughs her way into a heart attack that can't come soon enough.
That's very non-diabetic of you. I don't know what
I'm a diabeticist.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the right anti-ist is, but
yeah,
there's something wrong with what you're saying somehow.
Okay, so there's a bunch of actual 100%. Questions. Oh, go ahead.
Real talk. I would 100%, without question.
If you end this sentence with "bang Tess Holliday," you're off the screen. Stream.
No.
Okay, thank God.
I'll be quiet.
No. If Tess Holliday ever takes a cake that is intended for me and eats it, I would sue her for conversion.
Yes, she converted that cake.
100%. She converted it. Whoever made that cake and gave it to me with the intention of me eating this delicious cake, and then she eats it, she converted it. I'm suing her for whatever the value of this cake is because I like cake. And I want it because I'm, I maybe a little bit greedy or maybe just an attorney, but it's mine. I want it. The rights to this cake exist in me, not her. If she steals it, I'm suing her.
I don't want to know how.
Go on in with your cake.
I don't want to know how she only temporarily impacted your right of ownership to the cake for conversion. We don't want to talk about that. That sounds
the temporary
disgusting.
Part's very scary.
Okay. Marsupial Gamer asks, how long can someone be kept in jail awaiting sentencing after conviction? Reason I ask, I have a friend who was wrongly convicted and hasn't been sentenced for over 10 years.
I think you misunderstand what's happening at that point.
There's got to be more to that story. Is he in a military brig? Because that's a different question.
Right.
But I think if he hasn't been sentenced for over 10 years and is just sitting sitting there convicted, awaiting a sentencing hearing, he needs a petition for habeas immediately.
Yeah.
Something has happened there that is not correct. And there's a petition for habeas and a 1983 claim awaiting him, and probably several $1 million in damages.
Yeah.
So there's that. Yeah, Comicsgate is a consumer revolt. Yes, that's from Sketch Therapy. I fully agree. Among the revolted are creators who offer good quality and good customer service, and that's exactly what it is. Yes, absolutely. Real SG125 asks, if I walk around naked in my own house with the window blinds open and people outside happen to see my junk, can I get in trouble? In Minnesota, the answer is yes. The answer is yes. People do have the ability to look inside a window that is, we'll say, exposed to a licensee. So basically someone on the approach to your front yard or on the approach to your front door, if they were to look inside a window that would be visible on the approach to your front door and see you naked, there is a possibility in Minnesota that you could get in trouble. That question starts to change if there's a fence or some sort of obstruction that they would have to look around. But just walking up to your house in the curtilage area, if we want to get into legal terms, the curtilage.
Yep, that's the word, curtilage.
Curtilage.
If they're on the curtilage of your house and they do happen to witness your naked flapping majesty, then they could have, you could get in trouble for that. So you do have some sort of, in Minnesota anyway. I don't know if you guys have anything different. In Florida, I'm assuming you can be naked pretty much anywhere you want as long as you're stabbing someone.
Well, that's the assumption I've been working under for the past at least 15 years. So,
yeah,
I'm not a criminal attorney, but yes, that's what I assume.
In Michigan, I would recommend strongly, if you have a front window, at the very least, closing those blinds if you want to walk around naked. Or anything that would expose you to people who are looking in from the curtilage, because the curtilage there is, because of reasons involving criminal investigations, people might be looking at your house from at the very least, front walk to knock on your door and perhaps engage you in conversations about sales of magazines and or discussions about the good news involving the religion of, what are the ones that go
Jehovah's
door to door?
Witness.
Thank you,
Mormon.
Nick.
Jehovah's Witness. We
I don't
owe
think we
owe
have-
so much money to Jehovah's Witnesses.
We have a little tiny bit of Mormons in the state of Michigan. We do have them. They exist here. But Jehovah's Witnesses, and they're allowed to walk up to your door, and they're allowed to knock on your door, and they're allowed to ask you about if you have heard the good news. So I would strongly recommend, if you have windows that you can see from the sidewalk, put some blinds up. I like to be naked sometimes,
Me too.
from time to time. Especially,
should you carve in a penis hole into the blinds so they can't see you, but they can just see the penis hanging out of the blinds?
you know what?
I think you should.
DM me on Twitter if that's the route you want to go.
So no. I'm going to go a step further. We had this whole legal disclaimer thing. I'm going to go with, this is legal advice. Definitely carve a hole in your blinds for your penis.
Only if you have wooden blinds, though, and make sure you sand the hole. This is not a legal advice, but this is personal advice.
Yeah, the personal advice for sanding, but I'm pro penis hole. I stand by that.
So the next question. So if an oak tree is dead on a property line, can someone cut half of it down? I would honestly, no joke, I would get consent of the other property owner as well before you do.
I will tell you. So this comes up in Florida. I've dealt with this. If it is hanging over your property, that line that comes up, you do whatever you want to it. take that wherever you want outside of Florida. But in Florida, if people are encroaching on your property, screw them. I don't know.
In Michigan, what I would recommend, and just in general, right? If you can get somebody to agree to a thing, get them to agree to it.
No. Never try to talk out a problem beforehand.
Only
Always
talk with
take action.
only talk with these hands, baby. Only
first.
talk with these hands.
Right. Never try to solve a problem amicably. Always do the worst thing ever and then pay me to deal with the aftermath.
Right. If the other person wants to discuss, they can see these fisticuffs. Right?
Okay. So, Simple Green asks actually kind of an interesting question. Can you beat children under religious freedom? There is a religious freedom argument to be made for, we'll say, physical contact with a child, although that argument is largely dying. There was an argument to be made that religion, spare the rod, spoil the child type thing was viable. I will tell you that argument is largely dying. Courts go with, in Minnesota at least, and I would wager pretty much everywhere, a best interest of the child perspective.
100%.
Yeah, and if you try and argue that beating your children with some sort of rod is in the best interest of the child, the courts will not agree with you, and you will lose. You will lose. So here's what I'll tell you about physical contact with a child. If it leaves a mark, even just a temporary red mark, you have gone too far in the eyes of the law. And you may want to consider your parenting style at that point. I will not tell anyone how to parent their child, but you may want to make a consideration for how you are dealing with things if you are leaving a mark on a child. One, if they're young and you're leaving a mark, you really need to consider the effectiveness of your discipline. And two, if they're old enough that you have to hit them hard enough to leave a mark for them to respond, it's not effective at that point anyway. Coming from a parent who has seen, who has 5 children and who has also been involved in the foster care system and been involved with other people who have been in the foster care system and been involved with people who have been accused of beating other people. If you're leaving marks, it's not effective. And if it's not effective, why are you doing it? It's not for the child at that point. It's for you. And no shame, literally no shame, because people have different programming based on how they were raised. No shame involved in it, but you may need to talk to someone about that. And I would strongly recommend doing so because you're not benefiting the child at that point, and you're also doing a disservice to yourself and putting your children at risk of being taken away from you. And even if you have made mistakes, I will suggest that you are a better person to raise your child than foster care in 99.9% of situations. So talk to someone about that and honestly get a new perspective from some people who are professionals, even if they're professionals because they've raised children. So that's some real talk for you there. I take that a little seriously because my in-laws have been foster parents for 30 years. I was a foster parent for a while along with my wife. The county is not good at this. I have actually worked on protecting children from abusive fathers in multiple cases. And the fathers, I will say, at least one of them probably wasn't trying to hurt the child, but they were hurting the child, and it was not effective. And the child is still traumatized 2 years later from that case, even though they have probably not been hit by that father in those 2 years. They still don't want to see them. You're really damaging your relationship with a child. So that's my personal perspective. I would tell you to never, and this is a hard thing to do. Never work to never put your hands on your children. You will be more rewarded for it.
Agreed.
Yeah. Even spanking. I will not tell you not to spank your children, but I will say that you will be rewarded for working towards not spanking your children. So that's my personal soapbox. Sorry, that one kind of touches close to some things I have dealt with and seen and worked very hard on a personal level. Because when I was raised, spanking was okay, and I love my parents and hold nothing against them in regards to that. I was not spanked much at all, probably on the lighter side of most people you've ever met. But I will say that looking at the evidence, looking at the arguments, spanking probably needs to go from a personal perspective. I'm not saying government needs to step in. I'm saying from a personal perspective, you will be better off if you work to eliminate that. And your kids will too. So I don't know if you guys have anything to add to that.
Yeah, if I can just...
You can always interject.
Yeah, I'm going to do so then. As a person who, I don't know, above the age of like 12 or 13, was never spanked, struck, whatever, by a parent. From leaving marks on a individual as relative striking them is not good, because there are certain, and again, check with a legal professional in your state regarding whatever. Obviously, no one wants to abuse, or at least hopefully, no one who is a good person wants to commit anything even approaching abuse regarding a child. Once a person reaches a intellectual level to which they can understand literally anything, at least speaking for myself, who I don't have children, but I grew up to reach an adult at present I'm in my 30s. People benefit a lot more from understanding what the heck is going on than just, here is pain in result for the thing that you did, and do what I said because I said it. Teaching people to be good people or think for themselves or whatever, instead of do what I said because pain if you don't do what I said, is not necessarily the most effective teaching tool. And that's really what I got to say on that. And also, don't commit crimes in your state regarding beating children.
Yeah, don't do that.
Just don't do it.
Unless you want to hire an attorney.
It's bad. And also, if you commit crimes against children, it's bad for you if you end up in prison. The kinds of people who commit crimes against children tend to be the kinds of people who the people in prison look down upon, is a true statement. So don't be that kind of person.
Yeah, and unless you have me on retainer, then you can toe the line of illegality.
I'm pro you doing that if you have money for me.
Okay.
Which, by the way, there was a super chat we scrolled through that said something about Floridaman and representing. I forget what it was, but I will tell
I'm getting to it actually. But
okay.
Yeah,
sorry, my only comment to that is, if you knew Floridaman, and I'm related to Floridaman, like just I big family, large redneck family. The problem with Floridaman is he has no money, and my family rate is double my normal rate. So
yeah,
that's smart, Burch. That is the smartest thing I've ever heard in my life.
My family rate just hit $700 an hour just now.
Exactly.
66% of all fees if my family's involved.
Yeah, and so when it comes to representing Floridaman, I love Floridaman. I am Floridaman sometimes, but no, you don't represent Floridaman because Floridaman has no money.
In stunning turn of events, Floridaman eats alligator. So Cormoran says, if you want to beat any children, teach martial arts. Yeah, you can kick kids around all day when their parents willingly assent to it. Good job.
Real talk, just in response to that one, um, at the dojo that I attend, one of my instructor's friends from another state came in, and he said, in essence, if you have a spouse, partner, child, whatever, get them into practicing, because then if you hit them, it's training. It's not domestic violence. It's training, not domestic violence. And that is because my wife is sleeping. That's why I got my wife into martial arts. Of course, it in the long run has backfired because she's, I'm not going to say better at locks and chokes than I am, but she's at the point that I have to, in order to win, I have to start striking. Because she's good enough at locks and chokes that I can't win at that level.
Women are vicious with the chokes.
No,
They got their little bony arms.
My wife was at a bachelorette party for one of my friends, and there was someone getting a little bit fresh with one of my with my sister-in-law, and my wife, who's 5'0", put this dude in a wrist lock and put him on the ground. She said, "You're done. You're gonna leave her alone. You're not gonna keep doing this." And he left because, of course, when 5'0" puts you on the ground in a wrist lock, you don't stay at this place and continue messing with whoever it is that you're talking at. Also, and just because I'm a little bit looking at the chat as much as I can, Ziphiel said to me something about pain being a good teacher. I agree with that 100%. I have learned in my personal life a lot of things that this thing hurts. It's bad. I shouldn't do it. I question after a certain level in life, what extent, right below a certain age, certainly pain is the only thing they understand. When I'm 16, if my dad would have struck me, I don't think that I would have gained anything beyond him saying, "Look, Josh, you're a person, you're a man. The thing you're doing is stupid. It's gonna lead you down a bad path. Make a better decision." Although maybe I don't question that there may be some people that need a little bit of, because of course I practice martial arts. There are certain things, especially about myself, in terms of ego and thinking that I'm great or worse or different or separate, that learning that, oh, look, I'm a person and my wrist or my elbow work exactly the same as everybody else's. I'm no better or worse than everybody else in terms of just being a person than anybody else, than anyone else. But maybe below a certain age, there's a certain purpose for it, but above a certain age, I think that you can connect intellectually with people, or at least most people, in a way that might convey the message that you don't necessarily have to go the route of corporeal punishment in order to convey the message.
Yeah, the reality is, while pain may be an effective teacher, and it's not to suggest that children don't learn from pain and that it's not an effective teaching tool. The question always comes in, and you have to always be asking as a parent. And this is why I suggest that you work on never laying hands on your child. And I'm not saying people will be perfect about it, but working on it, trust me, will be rewarding for you, even if you end up occasionally using physical discipline. Working towards never doing it will be beneficial, because parents always need to be on guard as to why they're using physical discipline and whether they're in the right mindset to be rationally deciding when pain will affect the child positively. Most of the time they're just not. And it's not because they have bad intention. Most of the time they're just literally bad at it. because our brains aren't wired that way. And if we take the time, if you really think about this, if you take the time to consider whether pain is the appropriate response for the child, you have probably missed the window in which pain will teach the child to address the negative stimuli that you're trying to curb in that moment.
Exactly.
But let's move on from this, because that is kind of a depressing topic.
I like that response though, Rackets. I really do.
Thank you.
Just
Thank you.
for the purposes of putting that out there.
We've got the Floridaman question next, real quick. So this is from the Diggus. He says, Steven is a lawyer in Florida. Wouldn't it be a lot more fun to be the lawyer of the elusive Floridaman? Which I think you mentioned. The Floridaman is not necessarily the most fun client because they can't pay you. Like they pay you in alligator hide and fan boats.
Exactly. In general, like if I were rich, agreed. But no, I know the Florida Man. I'm related to the Florida Man, and they don't have money. And that's that. I said it earlier. That's why I joke with my family. My family rate is double my normal rate, just based off of that. No, Florida Man is usually just some methed out guy, and I have no desire to do that.
Goodness gracious. Watermelon Platypus again, and he actually has a big one that follows this too. I've never been in a physical confrontation. The beating your children in the privacy of your home question is about abortion. I see, because you have a privacy interest. I gotcha. I don't think that's how the courts look at it either. The courts would certainly say, I promise you, a court will say there is no privacy interest which would allow you to beat a child in your own home. There's nothing you can do that would let the court say, you know what, you have some level of privacy here, some expectation. A court will always suggest that physical violence towards a child is worth looking at by the court. And if it leaves marks, it is worth action by the court. And depending on, the level of the marks, the frequency of them will determine what action that is. Watermelon Platypus gives $2 with no question attached or anything like that. Thank you again. And then a giant $50 from Watermelon Platypus. So, dude, you are blowing up the super chats today, and I appreciate it. He says, quote, the truth is people are leaving anyway. They're just doing it quietly, and we have been papering it over with increased prices. We didn't want to wake up one day and we had a bunch of $20 books that 10,000 people are buying. Dan Didio 2011. That sounds like that's in reference to comics currently. And help me, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what you're talking about there. Lydia Shiwitz says, thank you for fostering kiddos. That's nice. And then, let's see, Watermelon Platypus. Trying to keep these in order. Watermelon Platypus then says, saints raise orphans. I think that's true. That's a tough job. Fostering kids is hard. Raising orphans is a very, very hard thing to do. Watermelon Platypus says, I was going to be white bread platypus, but I like the sound of my name. Then I looked up evil platypus and found Jar Jar eating a frog picture. Okay. Well, guys, I'm like basically trounced at this point. We're almost 4 hours in. I think we should wrap this up because it's late. I know there's a privacy interest in abortion, but the privacy interest involves medical discussions with a doctor between a woman and her doctor prior to, under Roe versus Wade, 28 weeks of pregnancy, and then under Planned Parenthood versus Casey, a more flexible standard, but currently 24 weeks of pregnancy. So the difference there is that the privacy interest is in the person of a mother, not recognizing the life that exists inside of her at that point. And then once a child is born, the state has a 100% superior interest to protecting the rights and life of a child once it has past the magical cervical curtain. That makes no sense. Guys, it makes no sense. It's completely arbitrary. That
My
passing...
favorite part of the woman is the magical cervical curtain.
Right. But it really is, like, in the eyes of the court and in the eyes of pro-choice advocates, the cervix is this magical place where life occurs. And it doesn't matter that passing the cervix literally has no impact, like the timing of passing the cervix has no impact on what actually comes out of a woman. It's always a child, even if it's a 12-week-old fetus that only partially looks like a child and is very red and discolored, and it comes out through a cervix. That was still a human. It has all of the human DNA, and the cervix did nothing to magically impart life or rights to it. But some people think that way. So I call it the magical cervical curtain because it's... Let me tell you this. If you don't know, the idea of fetal viability is derivative of the 28-week standard that was done in Roe versus Wade. And remember that Roe versus Wade was decided before a judge who decided it has ever seen an ultrasound. Ultrasounds literally were not a thing in 1968 when Roe versus Wade was decided. So all of those justices on the Supreme Court had not seen what a baby looked like at 28 weeks. This is kind of important because if you look at an ultrasound now and you look at an 18-week-old baby with an ultrasound and you don't have a reference for scale, that will look very much like a living baby.
Back to the law of the whores. Or horse.
Exactly. Exactly. But Roe versus Wade was decided before ultrasounds.
Prostitutes.
Everybody's favorite thing is prostitutes. Prostitutes big on abortion too.
Yeah.
So the idea that this is the idea that the justices were going off of. Are you ready for this? It's called the quickening or ensoulment. And it is the idea that at some point a soul enters a baby. So yes, Roe versus Wade is literally reasoned on 14th century ideas about when a soul enters a baby in the womb. And that is, it was first determined when a mother felt the kick. That was the quickening. When a mother felt a baby move, it was believed that a soul entered the baby at that point. And then later that was modified to when an EKG could detect patterns, activity through from the baby. And this is an EKG like in the 60s. We're talking it was not very effective. It's much more effective today, and they have pushed that back. But if you want anybody talking about pro-choice, talking about science and biology, they're literally basing the principles of pro-choice and the ideas around it on 14th century superstitions about souls entering bodies. So that's my spiel on abortion. I really, really don't like how it's discussed and decided. I don't know if you can tell about that, but I apologize. Let's see. Finally, we've got the Digga says, thanks for the great answer, Stephen. Buy yourself and your 7 cousins a drink. Watermelon Platypus says, take this off my legal fees later. Will do, buddy. All right, guys, let's wrap it up.
If I could just one more time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Last intercession by my good self, if I can call myself good. Just because Zephael has said at me a couple times. One, I appreciate you talking to me. Please feel free to, if you have Twitter, send a thing at me at Twitter, or if you want to email me, Joshua.critchett @gmail.com. Nick can put that in the description if he wants.
Well, I just been strong-armed into it now, but yeah, I was going to anyway.
You're welcome
Screw
to.
you.
Yeah, right. But the other thing, just the last thing that you sent me at, the reason that my basement does not have a drop ceiling is because if I put in a drop ceiling, then the township will consider me as having a finished basement, and then I have to pay taxes on twice as much living space. So I won't put in a drop ceiling, and then I only have a certain amount of living space, and it cuts my property taxes in half. And that's why. Also because,
Fuck the police.
I'm right. Like if you want
Literally coming straight from the underground.
yeah, no, I am seriously below ground level. But if you want to walk with me, actually, I have to disconnect the.
What did you just disconnected
I
your
don't know
mic?
what happened.
You disconnected your mic, you boomer. What's wrong with you?
Worse than I am. My God.
Stick with me for just a minute here.
Oh, we got you now. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, I unplugged my head cable instead of
Guys,
my
there's
power cable.
18 bottles of Grey Goose that are empty behind him there.
Listen, I'm not an alcoholic dog. I'm just a human being. But if you look, I have a pile of cables attached to my I-beams supporting my house.
Yeah.
Those are load-bearing cables. Don't lie.
Well, this is a load this is a load-bearing I-beam. I'm not kidding. I pulled out a box worth of cables running back and forth. I ran out of time because my wife is like, look, we need to deal with this basement. We need to get it fixed up and,
So who's in charge of your marriage?
No, but I know this works. The wife says, we need to finish this basement. And the husband's like, I got it. Let me get internet down in that beast.
yeah,
Finished.
well, right, because I have if I'm gonna keep walking since I'm up and about, I have machines delivering the internet.
Holy shit.
Right? I've got it's
You have
delicious.
a TV from 1993.
I know. Tube
Yeah,
TV.
that's my wife's this is my basement television. This is my television in the basement. The other one's my wife's television in the basement. We also have a television upstairs that belongs to my wife because she's an engineer. But
That's the smarter career, by the way.
I'm not kidding. If I was a smarter person, I would have become either electronics or computer engineer because I was a computer and math person growing up and through high school.
So wait,
And
you were a
built-
nerd and then you became a lawyer?
I'm not kidding. I build computers in my spare time, but I decided to become a lawyer, and I'm not going to say I regret it.
You were going to say it.
My being bad with people and also my degree of autism makes me bad at being a person, and maybe lawyer was not the best choice but for real, in being an attorney, my ability to focus in on the use of certain words makes me good at being an attorney, because there are attorneys that, like, for example, in the state of Michigan, with regards to premises liability, for example, we've destroyed pretty much all of it, right? Because we have pushing down from the top, open and obvious. If a reasonable person of average intelligence would have observed a thing on a casual inspection, you can't sue for it. And then we also have pushing from the other side, notice, right? If the owner of the property would not have had notice of the existence of the property or of the problem, then you can't sue for it. So basically, according to the Michigan Supreme Court, you can never sue for any problem arising from the ownership or existence of a property. Doesn't matter, no matter how bad the property is. Either one, the person should have known that the problem existed, or two, you didn't have to fix it because the person would have known that the problem existed. I think that's kind of ridiculous. Maybe if a road is a giant shambles, the person responsible for fixing the road should be responsible for fixing the road. Maybe that's just me.
Can you even build roads, though, without taxation?
What even is a road? I don't know.
Watermelon Platypus says, again, for $50, dude, you're insane. He says, oh,
Right?
you're ending. And this is a Minnesota goodbye. We've got at least an hour of goodbyes to go, I think.
You keep giving Nick $50 every 20 minutes. I'll drink and talk all night.
So But the question, Josh, is can you assemble a computer blindfolded like Forrest Gump with
Okay.
with the gun?
I would come really, really close, but then I would make a stupid mistake. Like
It'd
the
be
last one I
It'd
built.
be that thermal paste. That would be the real kicker.
The last one I did was for my brother, and so like when you're putting the memory sticks in, right? You're supposed to do like one, then if you have 4 sticks, it's supposed to be 1, 3, 2, 4. I did like 1, 2 next to each other because I'm stupid. Because 1, 2 makes sense if you're a normal human being, but if
Dual
you're a
channel
computer,
memory is a cancer upon everything. It should be expelled from existence.
Exactly. So I put 1 and 2 next to each other, and I couldn't figure out why it wasn't working. I sent it to my buddy, who is the head of IT at a local school district. He's like, "Oh no, here's your problem, you idiot! You put 1 and 2 next to each other. Like 1 and 2 are when you do numbers, but when you do computers, they're actually separated by 1. It goes 1, 3, 2, 4. You dummy." I said, "Oh, of course. Why isn't that how numbers work?" And then I fixed it, and it's so maybe that's why it made me not am so good at some computers.
Headrock says, I have triple channel memory. They tried that in 2010. It went out of fashion immediately. Yeah. Cormoran says, no one is alcoholic. They're just 1/10/24 Australian. Look, like Elizabeth Warren is 1/10/24 of a bomber. That's what I got out of today. I learned that she is almost bombing people. But although that guy didn't actually bomb anyone either, did he? He kind of just failed at it. He sent non-detonatable bombs. Not recommended, by the way. Legal advice: don't do what that one guy allegedly did, sending bombs or things that look like bombs to people. They're clocks, I think. He just mailed a bunch of clocks out, right?
Yeah. Yeah, from a criminal
And to be fair,
perspective, don't send even I'm really bad at building bombs is not a good defense.
I'm gonna. Oh, go ahead.
No, I just want to know. I'm in the civil world here, but what's the difference between sending bombs that don't explode versus sending bombs that do? Like, what's the sentencing guideline difference? Because
the only difference is if it actually
right, but I don't know.
The only difference would be if it actually exploded and killed them, would be harsher. But I think that guy is properly toast.
Yeah, he's not getting out of prison ever. Like, so he just failed all around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the Unabomber, but he was here first, and the Unabomber appropriated his land and culture. Let's see. But maybe I need to. So I don't know if you guys know, but Keith Ellison is running for Attorney General of Minnesota, and let me be clear, Lori Swanson, current Attorney General of Minnesota, my offer to fist fight you still stands, and if we have an agreement, I will identify as a woman to make it okay for me to punch the crap out of you, you stupid idiot, for suing. Oh, someone asked this question earlier, and I forgot. They asked, what is a pro-gun rights organization that you can get behind? I will not.
The Second Amendment Foundation.
Yes, I will not say the NRA. The NRA is bad at this. I mean, they were good for a time, and now they're weird because maybe they're too normie or something, but they condemn video games and movies all the time, and that's just stupid. They need to catch fire for that. Go with the Second Amendment Foundation. Cody Wilson may have done something illicit with a minor, but the Ghost Gunner didn't. The Ghost Gunner didn't sexually assault any children, and you can still get behind that. Go ahead.
Oh, I just want to say this. I there are very few things I really, really care about, and the Second Amendment is one of them. If you look at Heller, if you look at McDonald, two of the Supreme Court cases that give you all of the rights that you as a gun owner have, those were supported by the Second Amendment Foundation. Heller was opposed by the NRA because they were worried what would happen.
Speaking of cuckery.
Yes. If you want if you really care about your rights as a gun owner, if it's something you care about, the Second Amendment Foundation, the SAF, is who you should support. And I suggest if you're giving up your super chat money to some sort of charity, this is the answer to your question.
Hold on, you shut your mouth. I am way more pro Second Amendment than the Second Amendment Foundation. I will defend every right. I will defend your McNuke, buddy. I will defend everybody's private battleships on lakes.
Agreed.
Third Amendment rackets. The Third Amendment, my friend. The Third Amendment is the one is the hill that I will die on.
The last Third Amendment case was in like the 60s. And it involved military marches. Some guys tried to get out of forced drill or orders for drill by saying that they were like being ordered to march on private property, and they're like, "No, this is a violation of the Third Amendment. I don't want to do drill today, you scumbags."
Yeah,
they lost.
That wasn't there a case not too long ago where some cops, like, there was something going on, and so the cops took over the house, and they tried a Third Amendment claim, and they said no, that's state government, not federal government.
I think the case you're thinking of is was in the 80s, maybe?
No, this is within the last 3 years. Like, cops, there was some like standoff, and cops took over somebody's house.
Oh yeah, they like put snipers in the windows of an apartment, right?
Right. You know, and they said there was a Third Amendment challenge, and the court was like, nah, it's state government. It's not federal government. This hasn't been incorporated. And so there's no Third Amendment issue.
Prior to right now, I did not even know about the existence of this case, but I'm about to have a very strong opinion on this case because the Third Amendment is the case that, like, the Third Amendment is the one I'm going to die on because historically it has had very, very, very little. I don't even know if there has ever been a case that has made it to the Supreme Court regarding the Third Amendment.
No.
Like, I don't think there has ever been.
Really? I thought that 60s case did.
It may have, but
so you're saying that the Third Amendment gets less play than Maddox?
Like, basically, because
100%.
it is the idea of the Third Amendment is so important that the government has never even bothered to try to infringe upon it, that there's been no need to fight over it. That this is the most important one. And real talk, like, if an actual veteran in the township which in I live said, look, Josh, for real, I need a place to stay for a few weeks, I probably would let them stay in my house because I'm choosing to let them do so instead of the government saying, Josh, you must have to let them live in your house for 30 days.
No, I would do it, but then I would sue them. Like, yeah, you and your CO can get bent.
So she just came down here, but my wife's in the Air Force. Do I have some sort of Third Amendment claim?
Yes. Okay. Kick her out. Put her out on the street. Wait. I have to ask, do you have a proper menstruation tent for your woman?
Well, of course.
So, yeah, if she refuses the menstruation tent, you say, no, you get out there on the haystack and you bleed freely on the hay, or else you get out of the house because I will sue you for a Third Amendment violation. That's what needs to happen.
Thank you. Hey, I'll send you your retainer agreement here soon because
Yeah.
we're on the same page.
Zephael says, get Louis Rossman on with you all. DHS confiscation. I don't know who Louis Rossman is, but anything that says government plus confiscation, I'm automatically opposed.
Fact. Agreed. 100%.
But okay, I think I really do need to end because
Yeah.
I'm gonna die after I finish this gin, and I'm gonna enjoy every second of it. But then I need to like literally fall asleep in a bowl of ice cream. So that needs to happen. Oh, one more thing. Megyn Kelly did everything wrong, but none of what she did wrong involved defending blackface. What she did wrong was apologizing for it when she should have known she was already fired. You dummy.
And she still got her $69 million or
Did
whatever
she?
it was.
I thought it was in dispute.
I don't know. Last I saw it, she still got her money. So, but
Yeah,
as long
well,
as she got her money, good for her.
if she got her 69 million and still gets to go to Fox and make a whole bunch more money, she should do it in blackface at that point.
100%.
I can't even. You know what? No judgment. Anybody who can receive that kind of. In fact, if
Why
anyone
is it
wants to
69
provide me
million? That had to be a sexist thing, right?
she should take that money and then sue regarding that amount of money, and then go to Fox and then make even more money.
I don't know. If I got 60 in my...
It's get whatever the numbers are, get them as far up as you possibly can. Just get all the money and then cut me in on a percentage because I advised you to get all the money and then go from there.
Hold on. Someone asked me, how do I feel about smart guns? If it starts with smart and ends with a plural noun, it's the stupidest thing that's possible. That's a rule
That's
of life.
never not wrong.
The smart grids, smart electrical grids with smart meters and smart temperatures. Yeah, have fun having your house at 78 degrees during a rolling brownout in the summer because that you agreed for a 5% discount on your electric bill. No, thank you.
Where do you live that 78 degrees is not cold?
No.
That's where I keep my AC when I lived in Florida.
It is my AC, like Obama would hate me because my AC and heat are both at 70 degrees at all times. If you walk into my house, it is 70 degrees. And if it's not 70 degrees, I inherently know. I walk in and I'm like, it's too hot. It's too hot. This is not okay.
That is a thing.
Yeah.
That is absolutely a thing.
And I honestly, if I'm 1% cold, I'm like, the blower's out on my heater. What's wrong with this? I better call the guy. And I'm always right on that. It's never not 70.
I once, years ago, walked into my father's house, just touched the thermostat, and I get a text message like, who is touching a thermostat in my house?
Yeah.
This is not what did you do? I understand that I invited you to my home to have dinner on this day, but I did not invite you to touch my thermostat and change this to a number other than the thing that I said. This is my domain.
Yeah, I agree. That's the Family Guy joke, right? Like all men have an implant.
Yeah.
Watermelon Platypus
Jesus,
says
$50 for that.
Watermelon Platypus says, oh, you got to end with ice cream. Me too. I love ice cream and whiskey. I'm eating cookie dough ice cream when the stream ends. But right now, I'm not sure if that's going to be before like Sunday. MW says Louis Rossman on YouTube. He is fighting Apple for his not counterfeit parts they confiscated. Yes, the right to repair is important. And Apple decided to confiscate, or they worked with Homeland Security to confiscate a bunch of batteries, third-party created batteries or something like that for Apple iPhones or other Apple products. And importantly, Apple no longer manufactures the batteries required to replace the batteries in these devices. And that's garbage. I am tired of EULAs having anything to do with hardware. They should not.
Agreed.
If you buy hardware, you are not bound to an EULA, and I will defend to your death the right to modify your PlayStation 4 to run Linux on it.
Man, one day I would love to do a stream with you about the right to repair, and John Deere is the big one, like screwing over farmers. Apple, all these things, they're small, they're annoying, but the right to repair is one of the bigger things that I think, like we're talking about censorship now. I think right to repair 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now will be a big deal.
Yeah,
And I think we've screwed ourselves by not solving this problem earlier.
And John Deere did it, right? Where you like have to have a licensed John Deere repair person because of the software that they use for like their GPS technology or something stupid like that.
That is exactly it. And you're talking about farmers, and they're screwing them over, and it extrapolates to everyone, but the core of it, the right to repair is so fundamental, and we've let it slip, and it's wrong.
We need to kill John Deere in Minecraft. We need to go down in Minecraft to the John Deere facility and rip apart all the executives and stab them with diamond swords in Minecraft and take their stuff.
Agreed. Also, I should probably get off here soon.
Yeah, I need to go. One last super chat is from Watermelon Platypus. He says, "Why isn't this over?" Well, I think it's your fault partially for that. So thank you.
I'll take full credit for that. It's my fault because I don't ever shut up for any reason because I love the sound of my voice.
That's why you're a lawyer.
Sorry,
100%.
I'm an attorney. It's my fault. Sorry, bruv.
All right, guys. I'm gonna moderate all of us off the stream. We're all way too drunk for this. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Thank you.
Great turnout tonight.
Thank you so very much.
We will be doing more of these lawyer panels as time goes forward. So I will attempt to contact Lewis. I'm told it's Lewis with an S. Watermelon Platypus says Zach is my boy. Zach is my boy too, and he's all of our boys, and we should love and protect him as if he were our boy. I will attempt to contact Lewis and see if he'd be interested in coming on, and then we can maybe do a drunken law stream talking about the right to protect or right to repair and all that stuff. Thank you all. I'm gonna blank out this video and mute our microphones before we do more damage to our personal and professional reputations. We will see you all very soon. Again, if you're in Florida, or actually if you're anywhere and you have an IP question, IP, like copyright and trademark, are federal, so you can talk to Stephen Burch. If you're in Michigan and you run into any sorts of trouble, personal injury wise, and you need to sue somebody like Kevin Landau if he runs over your family while being drunk, you should contact Josh. And if you're in Minnesota, you should contact me. And if you're not in Minnesota, Michigan, or Florida, and you need an attorney, contact me. I may know someone. I'm working on building out that network. If you know any attorneys who would be interested in getting drunk and ranting, get them in contact with me as well. Thank you all. Thank you to my wonderful guests. You all have a great night. Peace.
Thanks, Nick. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Nick.